All right, we are now live on Twitch with session 6 of Descent into Avernus. If you're watching the stream or the YouTube video later, you will notice we have quite a few new players. Whoop whoop. So yeah, we are here in Adventure HQ, which is where we normally start. If you've watched the other sessions, then you know at the beginning of every session we like to go ahead and let the characters recap. So one thing, I actually didn't mention this to all of our new players here, but at the beginning of every session, everybody rolls a flat d20 for me, so you can go ahead and do that now, everybody. And whoever gets the lowest on the d20 has to recap the prior session. So we'll do that. We'll consider Craggle, Igvis, and Honed, because they were the only ones that were here last session. So we have Igvist with a 7, Craggle with a 17, and Honed with a 16. So Igvis, I think, is this your first time recapping? I think?
Second.
Second, okay. Honed is done like every other time, and you've done twice, right? So
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, sounds about right.
yeah. So whenever you are ready, Igvis, you can go ahead and recap what happened last session from Igvis's perspective.
Real quick, since we have a bunch of new players, should I give some background or just what happened last session?
You can, go ahead and give as much background as you'd like.
Okay. So, we started out being sent by the Flaming Fist to clear out some cultists from the woods. Came back after we did so and got some information to see the companion above Elturel go from its bright, white, shining, beacon of light to a very dark, almost like moon that consumed the city and everybody in it, as far as we're aware. In the aftermath, we had a small caravan of people that we were trying to bring to Baldur's Gate from Elturel. And on the way, we stopped at Fort Morninglord, which previously had a bunch of paladins disappear in a single day about 18 years ago. We were given permission by a member of the Hellriders to infiltrate that fort to see what was going on there. So what happened primarily in our last session is while we were inside the fort, we're fighting a lot of undead. Things like zombies and ghasts and other things that my character has no idea what they are. But we were clearing out the fort and exploring it when we entered two separate rooms, kind of like a grand hall area and a chapel. The chapel kind of had a weird symbol that was painted over the normal god that was there. And the grand hall kind of had just desks and things in the room, but we were ambushed in both rooms at the same time. Craggle was taken down instantly when he entered the chapel alone, and Neil was killed in the grand hall by some shadows that basically sucked the life out of him. We ended up retreating from the fort, leaving while bringing an undead horse with us because one of our compatriots wanted an undead horse. We killed the horse before leaving, but we ended up going to the person who gave us the quest, telling her that we're done with this, but she insisted that we finish it and it decided to come with us. Then we went to our caravan to get our other compatriot, Rhea, to also come with us. So we're going back into the fort to finish what we started.
Awesome. Great recap. All right. With that, why don't we go ahead and dive right in, shall we? So I'm going to go ahead and load a scene for you in Foundry. And while that is happening, I'm going to place some tokens on the map here.
That generally cover it.
Yeah, you think you nailed all the great points, all the big ones.
Okay. So,
Jets, boys, we are followed.
So right now, Igvis, Belron, Craggle, War, Honed, and our three NPCs, Katja, Rhea, and Frederick, are all have all entered Fort Morninglord. You notice, as soon as you enter and you're deciding what your next move is going to be, as you look behind you, 4 individuals walk through the door behind you. Um, and for the characters who have just walked in, are new characters, when you walk through this door, what you see is you see an open doorway, and as I mentioned previously to you, the characters that you saw walk through disappeared through the doorway. When you go to the doorway and you walk through, all of a sudden everything becomes shadowy. So you can see perfectly fine, but there are these wisps of black shadow and energy all around you in the air. And they're kind of moving, which you can kind of see that effect on screen. And Craggle, similarly as before, when you enter, your light goes out. Um, but if Alias, Kel, Vati, and Marza, if you guys want to describe what these other characters see as you walk through the door, we can start with we'll start with Kel. Um, if you want just to describe what your character looks like for me.
My character is a dragonborn paladin. He is clad in chainmail armor, um, bearing the design and colors of the Hell Riders, being of the Hoof class. Um, he has blue tints with golden hair and gold eyes. Um, he is approximately 7 feet tall, and very large, roughly about 250 pounds or so. And he is wielding a longsword. He sees a few members standing around, um, as if to be expecting something.
Awesome. Uh, Vati, you want to describe what everyone sees as you walk through the door?
Um, so as I walk through this door, you see a 7 foot tall bugbear kind of walk in with an not a cigar. The cigar is in place of like instead like a think like an old timey pipe, like Sherlock Holmes type pipe. Um, he kind of they see him kind of scanning and looking around, trying to see why people walked in here. Trying to figure out what's going on, but he's got a scale armor on, not scale, sorry, studded like leather almost. There's an orb kind of floating near his head, and a whip at his side. He walks in with an inquisitive look, his brow kind of furrowed, um, bright yellow eyes, and he's just waiting to see what everyone else that had walked through the door is trying to do.
Awesome. Awesome. Um, let's do Marza, if you want to describe what everybody sees.
Alright, so you see a halfling, average size, but something isn't quite right. They look a little too pale. Kind of a weird grayish green tint to the skin. Longer hair than they ought to have for their age. Something kind of seems weird with the ears, but you can't quite tell what's going on. Generally just off, but you don't know how or why. Just in worn leathers, definitely a traveler, has gone far long distances. Kind of just curious about what's going on.
Awesome. Awesome. And then finally, Elias, if you can describe what everybody sees as you walk through the door.
So Elias is a human of average height carrying a lute. Really, Elias tries to carry himself like he is the center of attention and acts like he is constantly putting on a show.
Awesome. Perfect. Yeah. So, okay, you guys walk through the door, and you see this group of individuals, and they're all gathered on the other side of this portcullis right here. This portcullis, when you four walk through the door, it was closed when you went to walk through the door, and then when seemingly everything changed and became dark and there was this swirling black mist around you, that portcullis just was open all of a sudden. And you see these individuals on the other side gathered on the other side of the portcullis, and they notice you noticing them. So what do you guys do?
If these guys just like appeared on us, like literally like 10 seconds after we walked in, I'm gonna like spin around and draw 2 daggers. Who are you?
Whoa, now.
Elias is going to just step forward. I am the glorious Elias, here to put on a fantastic show.
That's cool, I guess. Why are you here? Wait, shit. I'm not gonna insight just because you did that.
So my character kind of just, Avadi just puts his hands up. It's like, whoa! I simply saw a couple of strangers walk in here. I've been trying to find my way to the city that seems to be gone now. What are you doing in this shadowy place?
I'll kind of eye to the side to, dang it, Igvis, your name is covering her. Gotcha. Yeah.
What are your names? I still have not heard all of your names, besides the musical one in the back. And she'll draw... She has actually a great sword that she draws, and she's holding it at the ready, pretty aggressively.
So Elias is going to do exactly the wrong thing. He's going to walk right up so that he is literally an inch away from the great sword and just say, "You mean the glorious Elias, famed bard throughout these lands?" Which, again...
So, go ahead. Roll me your deception. Okay. And by the way, Elias, you can move your character also in Foundry to wherever you want to be standing. But she'll look at you and say, "Famed bard, huh? Well, that still doesn't explain what you're doing here and why you're following us. You, small one in the back, what is your name?"
Marza.
Marza. And Marza, can you explain what you're all doing here?
Well, I was looking for a bunch of paladins, found a hole in the ground, and a creepy-looking fort. With a lot of people.
Rhea, back here, pipes up and says, "See, Katja, this is what happens when you open things you're not supposed to open." And Katja just glares at Rhea.
Now,
Says, "Go ahead."
Now, I've come to understand this place might be dangerous, given the fact that you drew daggers the moment you saw someone else here. What are you all doing here? I simply followed you in seeking some sort of answers.
Who here clearly has Hell Riders? Or who wasn't at least one person from the Hell Riders?
Kel.
Yeah, so you have like Hell Rider stuff on you, right?
Hell does have Hell Rider colors, and Um, he kind of just smirks, um, keeping his sword at the ready for combat.
So, Kel, what you will notice is that there are 4 other Hell Riders here. So there is Rhea Mantlemorn, who I'm pinging right now for you, and she has the rank of Hoof, which is the lowest level of the Hell Riders and the same rank that you would be. There is Frederick over here, who is also a rank of Hoof. You notice that there is Belron down here, who is also the rank of Hoof. And then there's Katja, who had stepped forward with that great sword. And Katja is the rank of Star, which
Kellen,
you know is, Stallion, which is basically like a captain. It's the 3rd highest rank in the Hell Rider unit. So she actually is in a position of authority and would outrank you in the Hell Rider organization.
You don't need the braces when you do one person.
It also didn't go to the right person, it looks like.
Also, you did a backslash. You want to do a forward slash.
Kel acknowledges Katja and resheathes his sword and acknowledges the other Hell Riders with a firm beat to his chest, rattling his chainmail.
So far, as I'm concerned, the only one who should be here is Kel. You other 3 just wandered into this place?
I was simply on the road towards the main city when whatever happened. I got sent a letter to talk to the order there. I saw what appeared to be some people from the Hell Riders, which were part of that order, and I simply came to ask questions, not realizing that clearly this is not the place to do so.
Katja looks behind her, sees Cal, who she didn't notice before your symbol, your Hell Rider symbol, just kind of being taken aback with 4 individuals coming up behind her, and says, Kel, says you're a member of the Hell Riders. Can you vouch for these 3 individuals? Do you know them?
I cannot vouch, Kel says, but I have observed them from afar, and they seem to be trustworthy.
She'll look at Vati, then to Elias, then to Marza, and to each of you will say, can you fight?
Well enough.
I think I can hold my own.
Why
I mean,
make war when we can make beautiful music?
God, this is why I hate bots.
Kel kinda chuckles under his breath.
And Katja will say, if you can fight, you are welcome. But know this, we face great odds here in this fort. A great evil has been awoken. We are here to eradicate that evil and discover the true reason for El Terrell's fall. I believe that the disappearance of the paladins from this fort 18 years ago are in some way connected to the fall of El Terrell. If you are willing to accompany us and fight, and if Kel here can vouch that at least from what he has seen, you seem like good people, then we could use all the help that we can. And then she turns and she looks to Elias and says, as for you, the bard, maybe you should stay towards the back.
Very well, after all. What can be safer than being surrounded by the Hell Riders?
And you notice with your medicine check, by the way, Elias, that there are definitely some wounds amongst the party. War in particular seems incredibly injured. And then Belron, too, he's pretty badly wounded at the moment. Everybody else seems rather healthy. Igvis has a couple scrapes and bruises.
You might even actually notice that although Craggle doesn't seem to have any wounds, maybe like some scrapes or dirt piled into his fingers or whatever, but you will notice that he has a very large blood stain. One that would indicate possibly a mortal wound in the recent past.
I see you've been through quite the ringer here. Rest assured, for the glorious Elias is now here to heal with the power of music. And let's see. Yeah, I really need to make these private. He does a lot of that. I need to make these private. He's going to be doing a lot of that for now.
Yeah.
Did you
So
see my message on making those private?
Yes, I should really.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'd say for now, for the deception checks, if you want to wait, I'll ask for them if I need them. We can use roleplay to kind of go through it, and then if I feel we need a deception check for something, I'll ask you for it, just to streamline it and make it easier.
Yeah, absolutely. Because especially under current circumstances, almost everything he says is going to be a lie and not really representative.
Typical bard.
Repeating my other line.
And
Now, real quick, I'm as Avati speaking to how did Alista? Acha?
Gotcha.
Gotcha. Sorry, Elias's name is getting in the way of that, so I was
Yeah,
just
you're
trying to. I'm willing to help, if only by the end of this, some of you will answer my questions. I am getting paid to do a service, so I need to do that service. Does that seem reasonable?
Katja looks at you, looks at Rhea, and says, "We can discuss after this is done."
Fair point. Lead on.
I'm just
So-
going to whisper to Katja real quick. Bringing more people into your little revenge plot, are you? And walk away.
At this point, the green dragonborn that whirled around on you will stand up straight to his full height of 6'8", just a little bit shorter than the paladin. You'll immediately notice that very rare, maybe even unknown to a lot of people, is that he's a dragonborn with wings. Makes up most of his stature, because otherwise he's a quite lithe and skinny dragonborn wearing black robes with blue trim that almost hang loosely on him, almost like they're too big, mostly obscuring his face, though you may get a passing glance at his glowing purple eyes. If he ever catches you in the eye, you might feel a strange pressure on your mind, like almost like somebody's squeezing your head just very lightly. I'll stand up straight and I'll turn to Rhea. It seems you guys are multiplying, and I'll just kind of give her a nudge, and just kind of like playful little nudge.
Kel walks up to Craggle and thrusts his arm out, expecting his fellow race to embrace him.
I will say, as you approach, if you have enough experience with Dragonborns, you'd know I'm a gem Dragonborn. I appear to be Emerald, though you might, if you have enough experience with them, know that my scales seem to be a slightly darker shade than the vibrant emerald you've seen before. I'll look down at your hand, and then I'll look up at you, and I'll just kind of give a side smile. Pleasure, friend. And I'll grasp your forearm.
And Kel says to Craggle, well met, friend.
And of course I do get my name, so that way you don't have to ask later. Yes, I'm Craggle. And then actually, as you release my arm, I'll kind of do my own traditional thing. I'll put my hands and my sleeves in front of me and just give a very slight upper body bow.
Katja speaks up and says, yes, now that the pleasantries are over and introductions are done, it is time we move on. Let's get to this. The less time we spend here, the better.
I'll go ahead and use this time as the opportunity to kind of brief everyone since we're all here. There are like horses in here, undead horses. They didn't seem to do anything crazy until we almost let one loose by accident. Well, accident, I say. Down here, we already went to. Upstairs was a fight, and then there seemed to be a contraption that operated these portcullises. Up north, you can't see it from here, but up north is where you'll find the chapel and the Great Hall that absolutely ruined us. So be aware of that, and that's pretty much as far as we got.
Also in this room over to the right here, you'll notice that these two are already opened. We've cleared these ones out as well.
They can't see that yet, but yeah, when we get up there.
Yeah.
So seeing
I'll-
Igvis move up, Rhea, Katja, and Frederick will all begin to follow.
Yeah, I'll try and guide them as best as I can and be like, okay, right up here is where it gets dangerous again. So if you're going to go in, be ready.
And feel free to move your characters around the map wherever you would like to explore or your character would be.
I'm going to stand expecting everyone to take the ahead of me and take up the rear.
Can I make?
I am also. Oh, sorry.
Can I make an investigation check on stuff that I'm seeing here?
Yeah. So, basically, so what exactly are you trying to investigate? Like things that you're passing indoors? Or are you talking about just the general ambiance and area?
Kind of like because I've noticed the shadows. They seem different, so I want to do some sort of investigation or arcana check or something into those that are kind of wistfully going through the halls or something.
Yeah, I would say give me an arcana check.
Okay, so I just click the arcana button. 21.
Awesome. So, looking at, the shadows and the effect of going through the front door, you definitely surmise that you have been transported across the planes, and that you are no longer on the material plane, but indeed in the Shadowfell, which is a plane of shadow. That right off the bat you notice. You know that the Dragonborn, that Craggle was wielding a light, a torch, before he entered, and that when you came in, that torch is no longer lit. You know that trying to light things by natural means will not work. You know that the Shadowfell, in general, is kind of the counterpart almost to the Feywild. It's like an echo of the prime material plane. It's bleak, it's desolate, it's full of decay and death. You know that a lot of undead creatures are in the Shadowfell just in general, which kind of aligns also with what you've heard so far from what everybody else has experienced and encountered.
Quite the predicament this place is.
So as we approach up here, I would start warning everybody that, hey, room on the right, don't know what's in there, but it took down Craggle real quick. And room on the left had shadows coming from the walls, and that's what killed our compatriot.
So
So
I'm-
Kel,
Go ahead, sorry.
so Kel immediately goes, "Yes, I've been looking for a good fight. Let's get to business." And he draws his long sword and his great sword.
Wait, is Kregel dead or just out?
No, I'm fine.
Craggle's fine. Craggle got
before-
knocked out, but we lost a compatriot named Neil, who is dead. Dead.
And before you charge off, I imagine me and Marza wouldn't be that far behind. So go ahead, Marza.
I'm also kind of waiting for everybody else to go ahead of me, so I'm kind of just staying level with Craggle. Like, not letting him be behind me either.
I'm gonna look down, and I imagine you're well, like 3.5 feet.
I think it's 3-2.
3-2.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm gonna look down and kind of give a small smile. You know, I'm welcome to have you along, but I'm not sure I quite trust you yet. I'm gonna hold my hand out, like gesturing like after you.
We'll walk together.
Is Kregel in the Hell Riders, perchance?
No.
I'm gonna hang back here.
We wanna head up with the others?
And I will turn my side to you as we walk, and you'll kind of see me kind of pull my wings back a bit and be careful not to let you fall behind. But yeah, we'll keep up with them, essentially.
Okay.
Right.
I
and
do
as
also-
you round that corner, just to kind of describe what you see real quick as you're rounding that corner. So you guys are passing a couple different doors in this area. Some of them are open. This door right here seems to lead into a bath where there are some privies. In this door, as you're looking in this door, if you have vision of that, you see several beds and blood and broken body parts, decayed body parts everywhere, all over the floor. And then up here into the north, there seem to be two doors that are open, a double set of doors over here, and a single door here that are both open. And this door seems to lead in what looks like a chapel, and this into a grander hall.
And then can I see this like port area then as well? This watery area on the side of the map?
Yeah, absolutely. So over here, what you see, so there are walls that kind of come all the way out here into the water. And then across here, down in the bottom right corner, you see this chain. And this chain is works along the water, and you surmise that the reason for the chain would be to keep boats from getting in or out. There is a large tower down here to the south, and you see that these steps kind of go down to like a sandy, beachy area, and then more steps that lead directly to the water. And there seem to be two boats down here in the water.
Is the water flowing?
The water is flowing, but one thing you definitely notice, and everybody else already noticed this that were here before, sound is very muted. So whereas like you would expect as the water, you would hear the lapping of waves as it hits the shore and rushes up the stairs. But you see the water moving, but it's incredibly muted, the sound. Almost non-existent. You can slightly hear it, but definitely strange to what you would expect.
So at this point, as we're getting close to the danger zone, we'll call it, I'll hand the letter we got, the letter to Lord Tigerian, to Gotcha, and just let her know our main objective appears to be up here on the left, from what I can tell. And if anybody wants to read that letter, it should be in the level 2 handouts.
And I'm sorry, you hand that letter to who specifically? To
Katja.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I will also do this for everybody, just to make it easy. So you can see the letter that he is talking about, which is also in level 2 handouts. And she will read that out loud again after you hand it to her. I see. So it seems that there is a secret door that we must find in the Grand Hall, which will show the secrets that we are looking for. This is the Grand Hall over here that you were speaking of, where you were attacked by the shadows, right?
Yes. Be very careful as you go in there. They come from the walls.
She says, I recommend if anybody need healing, that you do so at this time if there are any preparations that you need to make. I also recommend, and she'll step over here, that we shut this door. She'll kind of look back at Craggle down there around the corner after hearing what happened previously.
I'll just kind of give a snort and not give her my eyes.
Can I make an Arcana check on the walls, perchance?
An Arcana check on what, say again?
The walls on the outside here, to see if there's anything I can notice from the outside of this room.
Yeah, go for it. Roll me Arcana.
17.
Yeah, your Arcana really doesn't tell you anything necessarily about the walls. So they do look like solid stone walls. Similar structure that you saw before you were transported to this plane. It doesn't look like there's anything particularly different about the walls, or like they may not be solid in some way, or that they may be some sort of illusion, or anything magical in that sense with the walls themselves. It looks like a perfect replica of what you saw outside.
I'll actually kind of take this opportunity to walk up. It's Cal inspecting the walls, right?
No, it's
Vati.
It's Vadi. Okay, so as I'm walking, essentially with everyone, but I'll walk past Vadi. I'll lay a hand on his shoulder. Best stay away from those walls, actually. And then I'll pretty much explain how last time we came here, these ghostly figures of some kind essentially came out of the walls, hit us, and ran back into the walls, leaving us unable to attack.
And so I turn to you. I kind of hold my pipe. I overheard that. Yes, I was wondering if maybe there was some sort of incantation of some sort on these walls that I could tell where these shadows were coming from or their source. But it just seems to be a wall.
Could I do my own investigation or Arcana check based on my experience to know if these were a property of the ghost being able to travel through walls, or if the wall gave them the ability to do it?
So you had a pretty high religion check, if I remember last time, on these creatures, and you would know with your check innately that it's the creatures that have the ability to move through the walls.
And I'll kind of look back at them, and it's a good thought, but not this time. They inherently have the ability to pass through physical objects, but don't let them touch you.
Duly noted.
Anyone who relies on their physical bulk in particular.
Somebody,
I'm gonna look around. Where's War?
So
Back there.
you all look around and you notice that War is no longer around or behind you.
I assume she's going for the other horse.
He's getting another horse, I bet.
Yep. I'm gonna pinch the bridge of my nose and audibly sigh. Be like, oh god, we have to get her.
Probably best not to go alone.
seeing Hone suddenly take off. Hone, wait! And then I'll tell you what, since now the distraction has happened and I turned and I ran, you would all notice a very large, ornate book dangling from a strap on Craggle's back.
And as you kind of get down here, Honed and Igvis, you notice what you notice in there, which
Horse is gone.
Mysteriously nothing.
Oh, God.
And War's
There was
gone.
definitely more here. Wait, was it this door as well? Yeah, it was. Oh, it's the same thing.
The horse is gone. War's gone. You know what that means.
Yeah.
She got her horse after all.
There's no point in chasing her down. I'll just walk back to the group. I'll look to Captcha and Rhea. We lost one, and there might be an undead horse on the loose in the real world.
You ready there, Hellraider?
So, you guys go looking for war, and all of you notice as you come back here, Vati just ducks into this room where the bed is, and then you hear a sneeze come from inside.
Can I make a knowledge medicine check?
Sure.
Sorry, did I
Give me a
accidentally
medicine.
shut that?
Yeah, you're fine though. Real quick, you can use your arrow keys. If you're token selected, you can use your arrow keys to move. Makes getting around
Oh.
easier sometimes.
Sweet, thanks.
Yeah, I'll make my way to the room. What are you doing?
Don't go in there, Elias. Not yet.
Well, frankly, all of you running after your compatriot, I didn't feel like following. I needed to do more investigation, but I didn't want you to suspect me of anything.
The last
You-
time somebody separated, 2 of us died, and I'll just walk away from the door.
That was quite the sneeze. Are you alright?
Just a bit of smoke in my nose.
Alright, I guess we're going back in there.
Back to the meat grinder,
Igvis, stick by me.
so I can pull you out again.
No. Just wanna, we do better together.
Keep up.
All right. So you guys are all standing outside of this door, and I will also just really quick, because the door is open, you can see inside. I'll just kind of like read a description of this. So the room is 2 stories high, and there are stone stairs that lead up on either side of the room. These heavy doors that are right in front of you, double doors, are open, and on the other side you see 2 single doors that are also open. At the far end of the room is a shattered wooden desk with papers kind of all over the floor of by where that desk used to be. And in the center of the room are 2 large wooden tables with chairs surrounding it, and you see scuff marks all over the floor, like a fight has recently taken place here. But mysteriously, you don't really see blood.
I can draw them out if you wish me to.
I can't see in there right now. How many of us could fit in spaces at least 15 feet from the walls?
At least 15 feet from the walls.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14-ish.
Okay.
Ish.
So-
Maybe 12-ish.
I propose we get a marching order, kind of march in single file line with
I used the wrong.
Forward slash. Other slash.
bummer. To kind of march. I'll pretend I didn't see that. Yeah, to march along in a kind of a 2x2, and then make our way to the back, and then that way we can't get surrounded. We shouldn't be able to get flanked, and we'll be hopefully enough distance that we can keep hitting them after they try to run away.
Sounds good.
I think I can move the farthest, so I probably want to start up front, so I can go farthest in.
Elias is very much going to hide in the back here.
Oh, you're not getting behind me.
In the back is better, probably, to be actually in the front. If I'm going to be completely honest with you, because as I said, they came from the walls.
I'll probably be entering. Almost, yeah, but in the front.
I'd take up a
Hell,
more rear position, so like here, or maybe a spot up if.
Belron moves up and says, "Right, mate. I suppose
You've been working on that all week, haven't you?
right, mate. I suppose it's time to do this."
All right, so this is how much I can move in one move, so one action. Get into here.
Do we want to roll initiative now?
Nope, not yet.
Okay.
I'll let you know.
I can move up to here.
Just for timing reasons, that's why I moved it in that particular time.
Yeah.
While we get here, I'll also tell them we opened the back doors when we were leaving, but we didn't have a chance to actually investigate them.
So presumably we are in the middle of the room to avoid the walls.
Right.
So if we get close to the doors, I'm assuming that's when they attack?
Well, we don't know where the secret door is, and last time the attack was triggered because I was in the church way over here.
Well, maybe.
Well,
We were ruffling through the desk, and then we were all attacked at the same time.
oh yeah, the desk is fucking busted, by the way.
Yeah, Warbrook.
And as you look at the desk, you notice that the papers on the ground suddenly, spontaneously burst into flame.
What you doing, bud?
Fire doesn't even work here.
Yeah, mysteriously very dull flames.
And actually, surprisingly, they look pretty vivid. But they don't seem to shed any light.
Is minor illusion verbal somatic?
Why did that not work? Sorry.
The
The
forward slash
forward
is
slash is
before the
first.
W.
Oh, yep. Sorry about that.
So Kells goes, There's something in the air.
Elias might have wanted to move a little further forward, to be honest. As would Mars. You can't move
You
now.
are
with the
all
game's paused.
currently standing in this room.
I assume there's like a balcony here that these stairs lead to.
So they go up, and there's no balcony. It just goes up stairs, it looks like. So, like, across, here, right, is like a wall. Like,
Okay,
there's
right.
a second floor, and there's a wall up there, and you could go underneath, so the ceiling's a little bit shorter here.
Yeah, I can confirm that these two doors are on this floor.
Forward slash before the W.
I have got to get better at this. My apologies.
All in time. Yeah, so you're all standing in the middle of the room right now. Everybody has weapons drawn. If you have a weapon out right now, you're looking around, and you sit there. You sit there a little bit longer, and nothing seems to happen.
So at this point, I'd be looking for signs of a trap door or compartment or something.
Sure, give me an investigation check.
User. Wait, where am I? Oh yeah, D&D Beyond.
You're here, presumably?
Well, I was trying to open the sheet on Foundry.
Was the
18.
game meant to be paused by chance?
Ah, dang.
It was not meant to be paused, but
Okay. I'll
18
grab
on the
some-
investigation.
yeah. So you notice with your 18 a secret door behind the desk here.
I'm gonna telepathically message that to Igvis since he's most forward. Door behind the desk.
Okay. I guess since I know it's there, I should use perception to just find it.
Yeah, well, he points it out to you, and
Okay.
after he points it out to you, you're able to see the outline of the secret door. You can kind of see just this slight visible crack where that door would be, and it looks like you could push it open.
So I will attempt to do so. Just open it.
Should we be worried about this magic fire?
I was asking, is minor illusion verbal or somatic?
It is not verbal, it is somatic.
Could I perception check to see if I see him sign?
I already have taken care of that against your passive.
Okay, so I didn't see him do it.
You did not.
Okay, so I'll go over and stomp on I'll just stamp a foot down on the papers.
Okay. Sounds good. So,
I would honestly grab them because fire. I'm resistant to it.
Well, I
yeah,
imagine
so
they're not like
you do that,
big.
and like your foot just kind of passes through the paper, and you don't feel any heat on your foot, and you clearly know that this is not a real fire when you
Right.
actually go to stomp on it.
You
And
also
I'll-
see that Marza is like glaring at Elias hard.
And Kel goes, there must be someone close.
Yeah, no, I was actually gonna say
Over
I look around. This place might be screwing with us. Be mindful.
It's not.
And then I'll turn and raise an eyebrow to you. And then I think I'll make the connection now and be like, oh, okay. And then shake my head. Turn to Igvis.
I am opening the secret door.
Check for traps.
I'm not good at doing that.
At least try. Damn.
Sure,
I
I will.
opened the door.
Fine, I will see if I can check for traps.
All right.
Well, you
Give
two are the
me
only ones
an
that know about the secret
investigation.
door.
True.
And so
Try
you
it,
see the two of Ignis and Craggle over here against this wall, just staring at the wall and going over it with their hands and their eyes. And yeah, I mean, you see nothing, Ignis, to suggest that this would be trapped in any way.
I don't think it's trapped, and I'll just open it.
Okay. And a fireball comes out. No.
Oh my
that's not-
God.
no.
That would be devastating.
And it opens to what looks like a set of stairs that go down.
Oh, looks like there's a spiral staircase back here, guys. Still don't know where these shadows are. Don't like this.
Having
it's-
flashbacks to the cult basement, I'm going to turn to Hone. Stick together.
Okay, I got a question. Should we go check out the other rooms before we go downstairs?
This is where the only clue we really have led us, is the point.
So Kel goes, well, I could use my divine sense. If there's anything lurking ahead of us, I will know.
Belron moves up and says, "Right, mate. Well, I'm not sure about you lot, but this place downright gives me the creeps."
Nothing between
I-
Australian and British.
He was Australian, I think.
Yeah, he is. um,
This is how Americans do British, Australian, South African, New Zealander.
It's all
the
together. It's same person, really.
Shrimp on the barbie.
he says, I reckon we move on.
You what, mate?
You
I'll
fucking
be
what,
following-
mate?
I'm gonna follow Belleron so he's not alone.
And I'm sorry, Kel, you are using Divine Sense?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Anything that's not behind total cover.
Yeah, I'm just reading the...
I'm gonna walk
Yeah.
up to.
So your Divine Sense doesn't ping anything.
Does Rhea or Katja have like any special things that they can sense?
No.
So,
Okay.
out of curiosity, are Rhea and Katya Hellriders?
They are.
Yes.
Ah.
And
So,
so,
Kel,
is
sorry.
Frederick over here, and so is Belron, who has just walked through this secret door.
Hoof here. This one's the stallion.
So Kel says to the group, I don't sense anything ahead of us. We may continue, but be prepared.
I'm gonna walk up to Craggle real quick. Would you mind if I pulled up the rear? Hopefully the door won't close on us. That is my current concern.
I'll just kind of nod and start walking along with the group.
I'll wait along with you, Vati. 2 hands are better than 1, after all.
But that would be 4 hands. I don't think your math quite adds up.
You all see as everybody starts walking down.
Oh god, Flaming Fist leading the way.
stairs.
We can't all be on the same spots.
Kel goes to Craggle. Did you hear that?
No, I didn't hear anything.
Except maybe Marza. I think Marza's small enough to be on the same spot as somebody else.
We'll figure it out when initiative happens. Yeah, but I don't know if you're muted.
Sorry, no, I am just moving all these characters, these NPCs,
Okay.
to follow
We
you.
brought a literal
Yes.
army with us, so
Yes. And yeah, that is fine, Elias. You can do that.
Is Vati down the stairs yet? Because he's probably going after Vati does.
Yeah, everybody is already down the stairs. Belron speaks from in front and says, "Right, mate. Seems like we've hit a dead end."
Let me check on that. And Mars is going to move forward.
He'll move back to make room.
I
Figured I
can
would
I can
try.
move through the spaces of medium creatures at least. So
Okay, cool.
all right.
Is it also pretty cramped in here, or is there a little bit of a ceiling?
It's pretty cramped.
Okay, so
Oh, great. The dragon boards are like hunched over.
well, I'm also 7 foot, so like
Yeah, you're like, well, so those of you who are tall, so like 7 foot, you're like maybe crouching a little bit. Yeah, you're squeezing through this area. Marza, go ahead and give me an investigation.
Yeah.
Can I assist with an Arcana check on the wall?
You can roll an Arcana check for me.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, I guess that would be an assist, would it? Yeah.
You're still
30
rolling
was 20.
privately.
Yep. So a 13 investigation from Marza, 20 Arcana from Dolakesh. So Marza, as you kind of inspect this wall, you notice again there seems to be a slight glow at the bottom of the wall, and you notice this little blue glow. There's a slight crack and a breeze almost coming from underneath the wall, and you realize that there is definitely a secret door here that you could push open.
All right. Well, I'm going to let everybody know. Definitely not a dead end. But I'm not 100% sure how it opens. Is there a particular roll I should do to check?
Yeah, you would know based on like your investigation,
Okay.
noticing the secret door, that you'd be able to open it by just pushing on the
Oh,
wall
all right.
where it is. You all also start to hear a faint crackling of energy, very faint, but it seems to be far in the distance.
Does it sound familiar to me, Craggle, or Honed? Because we had that lightning orb that we saw before.
It does sound like a crackling of electricity almost.
When war burned the house down.
Who's the store?
So Marza, do you end up opening that door?
I'm going to step back and let somebody else open it.
Does my dirty 20 tell me that this is not magical?
Yeah, you hear that crackling of energy. So you definitely hear some crackling of energy, and your 20 Arcana check wouldn't tell you anything about the walls or the door. You don't think that the door is magical, that the walls are magical. You actually, with your Arcana check, would probably get all of the things that I told Vati before about the plane of shadow and where you are. It just
Right.
kind of clicks to you now.
Right.
Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but Vati, you didn't actually say any of the stuff that I said to the rest of the party.
oh, absolutely not.
Yeah. So, none of you actually know that information, but it comes to you, Craggle, now.
I think I got something off that on our first visit, but I think the new information is that it's the Shadowfell, and I think Craggle would know what the Shadowfell is. So yeah. Okay.
Do I see him have like a moment of recognition of where we're at?
You'd probably see him like maybe as he's investigating this wall, he'll suddenly kind of like look to the air around him and kind of just like like almost whimsically look to the distance.
Elias is actually going to say, because I'm assuming Mirza told us about the secret door.
Right.
He's going to look at, her name is the paladin who's with us, the high-ranking one. What's her name again?
Katja.
Kat. He's going to look at her. Oh, brave paladin, clearly you, with your great strength, should be the first to lead us. After all, you are the strongest and most...
Roll me a persuasion check, Elias. You can roll that publicly.
I forgot to make it public.
That's
I
okay.
got a 23.
All right, 23. Yeah, and actually, I can do that. Cool. We can actually reveal it to everybody. Yeah, so you're 23 persuasion. Um, she says, right, well, I did get us into this mess. I suppose it would only be right that I take lead. And she will come up. She'll say, Marza, how does this work?
Just do 205.
Just push? Probably.
And she'll reach out her hand, and she will push open this door.
Kel looks at Katja and says, I follow my captain.
She says, right. Well, let's move. And you see her move around the corner.
Yeah, see?
And I will describe what you see as you come into this room. So those of you, Mars, to some extent, definitely Kel and Honed as you come around the corner, you see this large, glowing, blue swirling vortex against the wall. It's this circular vortex with swirling energy everywhere, crackling arcs of lightning kind of are coming out and then back into it. Those arcs of lightning don't seem to lap around the entire room, but there's this eerie green glow and field of energy that just seems to sweep around this thing. Along the farther wall over here, if it will, let me ping it for you. Over here, you see a skeleton slumped up against the side of the wall, and in its hands, it is holding a book.
Do I think we could safely get to the skeleton?
So you don't.
It's
give
War
me-
2.0.
Give me an investigation check.
Also,
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
it seems perfectly safe to you.
Definitely looked like a 1 on the dice on D&D Beyond, so at least it's a little better.
so does Kel recognize the energy from the lightning being a lightning or a storm dragonborn?
Anybody who has since moved up to see everything going on, give me an Arcana check if you are in the room looking at this thing.
I can see the edge of it. Does that count?
From where you are, Craggle, yeah, go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
I got a nat 20.
That was a great roll, Igvis.
Damn.
Like always.
So Honed, I'm gonna just message you.
All right.
So, brave Hell Riders, any idea what this is, perchance?
Oh no, he's just moving NPCs. Don't worry.
All right.
Kel says, I do not know. Very slowly, with a deep voice, as if he is expecting something to come out of the vortex.
We saw one of these before. just outside of El Terrell after it was taken. Probably is linked in some way.
That one did seem more violent than this one.
Okay, Hone, do you know what I just messaged you? That is what you know from your Arcana.
Okay.
Looking, nobody. Actually, Kel, you would know this same thing, so I'm just gonna copy it to you with your Arcana. But yeah. So what do you guys do? You see this thing that is there crackling with these arcs of like electricity and swirling vortex, just this green eerie glow, and this skeleton in the corner that is wielding some sort of book.
I mean, I think it's safe, so I'm gonna kind of slowly kind of sidling along, not quite on the wall, because I'm still worried about the shadows, but I'm still kind of trying to move towards the skeleton, just with some caution.
Kel moves to protect, as if to protect Marza as she's moving.
All right.
Elias is actually going to do the same thing here.
Okay, and as you get up, Marza, there, you see this book, and on the front of the book, it says this. Which I just messaged you. What do you do as soon as you kind of get up and see that? Would you leave it where it is? Would you say anything? Would you pick it
I'm
up?
going to ask, anybody familiar with Dame Madeline Stearns?
And from the back, you hear Katja say, "What did you say? My sister?"
Maybe keep calm. No moving in front of the vortex, just in case. Yeah, there's a diary.
And she says,
I'm not touching it, but if you want to, go ahead.
She will rush over here and pick it up and say, "It can't be." And you see her open the book and she starts reading to herself.
Elias is going to look at her. Perhaps now is not the best time to stop and read.
She will move back here to this corner and she will sit on the ground, her back against the wall, in an eerily similar position to this skeleton as she continues reading and completely ignores what you say to her.
I'm
gonna look at her, and I'm gonna basically say, I thought the Hell Riders would have trained their captains to know their circumstances and one not ought to take a break. Obviously, with an unknown magical entity there, even the mummer would know now is a bad time. Now, as much as that is harsh, it's supposed to be a persuasion or at least a piss her off.
So you'll see her kind of look up and said, "You should know when to hold your tongue, Bard."
And for one who picks to read right here, I suspect I won't have a rival for very long, should I not?
Can I insight check CAPTCHA?
Yeah. So as you're all just standing here watching her sitting on the ground reading this journal, it's very clear to you, Craigle, that she is distraught and besides herself as she continues reading through this journal.
Does it seem that she's under control or she's just manic?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like she's that she's being controlled, and
Right.
she seems like Katja, but just devastated, right, by
Okay,
whatever
gotcha.
she's reading in this
Gotcha.
book.
Can I persuasion check the bard saying, and you should know when to hold your tongue against my captain, lest you find yourself in very hot water?
Yeah, so generally what I say as far as like PvP, like skill checks, if you guys want to roll that with each other, persuasion and insight, to help influence your role play, that's fine. But I generally don't force other players and PCs to insight or persuasion check each other unless it's like
So
a special circumstance like that. I leave it to more so role play.
I'm not super familiar with the roles on invitation on persuasion. Is what he's trying similar to intimidation in 3.5?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, you guys can either role play it out, what you would say to each other, or if you want to roll with each other for insight and persuasion to influence your character choices, you can do that. It's up to both of you. You just have to be in agreement what you're doing.
I'm sorry, Elias is going to do the very odd thing to Kel right now. He's going to kind of do that step close and, like, put his arm around him, and then he's going to whisper in his ear, "Tell me, you think that now is perhaps the safest time for her to be waiting? I'll be happy to be scalded in the water later, good sir."
As you guys are talking over there, and you gather around Katja, and Krago, you whisper to Katja, she stands up, she slams the book on the ground, and she stares at Belron, and you see her pull out her greatsword.
Can I reach for the book?
I'm gonna take a step back.
Yeah.
Kel immediately ignores the bard, looking to his captain, wondering what's going on.
And I will, Vati, I am going to change permissions so that if you go to level 2 handouts, you'll be able to see the book as you pick it up, if you would like to start reading it. And she looks at Belron and points at him and says, "This is all your father's fault. He is the reason that my sister is dead. That they're all dead. That they died such a horrible, horrible death." And Belron stands there in silence for a second, just almost besides himself. Says, I don't know what to say. I didn't know my father well. I did not have a good relationship with him. I am not my father, Katja, though I can see that you are angry with me. And you all see as Katja starts to move towards Belron.
Oh, can I make an insight, by the way?
Sure. Anybody can make me an insight.
I'm going to do that too.
I want to see if Katja is call it at a point where she's likely to be violent.
Yeah. Give me an insight, anybody who wants to, that is witnessing this. Yeah, it is clear to everybody who has rolled so far, except Elias, that Elias, you can see that she's angry, obviously, but to everybody else, you're pretty confident that she means Belron harm. She is moving at him aggressively, and with her great sword drawn, and she has this fury in her eyes, and doesn't seem to. She seems to almost be losing her senses in grief.
Right. Can I nod quickly to Igvis and go for a grapple?
Yeah.
I will be assisting with a grapple.
Go ahead and give me an athletics.
At advantage or each of us?
At advantage, if you are, you can.
I'll tell you what,
Each
you
make
should
a-
roll it, Igvis, because I'm -1 in strength, but you got the wisdom shit, don't you?
I'll let you each make an
I'll-
athletics at advantage.
Okay, cool.
So each of you can make your own grapple check, and you both get advantage because you're flanking.
Okay.
She moves past you.
Kel also quickly sheathes both of his swords on his back and seemingly steps in between Belron and his captain as if to stop her.
Yeah. So you move like where you are, right there, or do you move like right in front of her? You, Craggle and Igvis do manage to grapple her together. You have her by each shoulder, by her arm, however you are choosing to grapple her. You have her restrained, and she screams out at both of you, "Let me go! Let me go now! That demon spawn must die!"
Contain
have-
yourself.
And
If I have the option, I would like to also try and strip her sword from her hand.
sure.
And I'll respond to her as he's doing that, essentially. Contain yourself. What is wrong with you? He is not responsible for the actions of his father.
And give me an athletics check, Igvis.
Just straight athletics?
Yeah.
With that wisdom, though.
It's strength, but I have I have a proficiency in it.
Oh, I thought monks had wisdom added to their strength or something.
Not for grappling, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
the tricksy side.
Gotcha.
You are able to. I'm gonna. And I'll roll this at disadvantage because she is restrained.
Fuck.
Thank God.
And you are able to rip her greatsword from her hand. And,
So I will just have it for now.
and she starts crying. And she kind of sinks in your arms as her muscles, instead of being so tense and pulling against you, just kind of give in to both of you, now having lost her weapon, being restrained by both of you, surrounded by 5 people. And Belron, as you guys look back, you notice that... and go ahead, Horace, and make me that check. You guys notice that Belron, when she says demon spawn, is taken aback. And he kind of sinks back this way and back around the corner.
I'll quickly turn to Honed. See if you can stop him.
Okay.
I'm going to call out to the bard. You should follow them.
I quite agree with that. Good.
At this point, I'll let Captcha kind of sink to her knees or whatever, but I'll have one hand on her shoulder and one hand holding her wrist. Captcha, what is the meaning of this? What did you see? What did you read?
She says, all of this, everything is all his father's fault. He is the reason the paladins have disappeared. He is the reason this evil is upon us.
No, Vadi's just going to pipe up. She does speak true based on these entries. However, I would also be inclined to look into this more than that.
What exactly does it say he did?
It seems later into this, wherever this, right before this incident, he killed the scribe and invited some cultist friends in. It wasn't until whomever this journal belongs to found this very room with this very vortex that they all perished.
My sister. My sister, Dame Madeline Sturms. If you're going to reference her, use her name.
Is Katja giving any kind of resistance? Is she like?
No, she is totally limp, basically in your arms. She has given up.
Right. I'll go ahead and release her, seeing the many people around, and approach Vadi and hold my hand out. May I read it?
Under one condition. You must return me this journal after you are done.
That's fine.
I hand Craggle the journal, and I turn back towards the vortex. Now I wonder.
And I have also made you an observer, by the way, Craggle, so you can read.
Thank you.
If possible, would I be able to like put Katja essentially against the wall and give Rhea her sword? Since I don't have to I don't have to restrain her anymore.
Yeah, you put her against the wall, and she slumps against the wall, and Rhea will come up and take that sword.
Behind her, Katja's greatsword.
If possible, I'd like to make an investigation check to see if there's any leftover runes, any faint, basically leftover parts of whatever ritual was committed in here.
Sure, give me an investigation check.
Can I assist with that as well, or?
Absolutely. You can each make your own investigation check.
So, what is happening with Honed and the
Belron.
Belron?
Yeah, we can switch gears as you guys make those investigation checks. Those investigation checks don't turn up anything else than what I've already told you, Vati. So, Honed, what do you do when you catch it? You catch up to Belron as he's kind of stumbling out, and you see he puts his hand, like, on the wall, like, to brace himself as he's, like, lost some breath.
When I catch up to him, I just put my hand on his back and be like, "We already talked about this with the note. Like, this isn't your fault. It's your dad. It's not you. You're a completely different person." And just like console him, I guess.
And he doesn't really look at you, but continues to look at the ground. Am I, though?
Yes, you are. Like, you've been out here with us, and you haven't done anything that I've seen that's been evil or demonic.
I don't know what to say, Hone. This is just all so much. I need some time.
I know, it's a lot to take in.
To breathe and to think.
If you want, you can head back to the caravan.
Yes, I might do that. I just need to think.
Okay.
He'll move over here, and you'll see him move up the stairs, towards the stairs.
Kel moves next to Katja and asks her what she wishes of him.
She, again on the ground and huddled says, "I don't know if any of it matters anymore." Says, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not your commander. El Terrell is gone. The Order, the Hell Riders, they're gone. It's It doesn't matter. Do what you wish.
Kel spats on the floor and says, "The Hell Riders are still here. We are still loyal to you. We still serve you."
Vati walks up, kind of overhearing this conversation. He looks at Kasha. He kind of looks her in the eye and he goes, "No, the bard is beyond annoying, and already gets on my nerves, and I've known him for about 20 minutes. That being said, he does have a ring of truth in his words. This isn't the place for this. You can sit here in your corner, you can cry and reminisce about things long past, but right now I think the objective here is to look more into the incident that caused this, to explore this more, find the root of it, and do what we can to recover from what happened. I'm going to do this, regardless if you stand up, but it should be your duty, not as just a commander, but to your sister, to see this through."
Kel grunts in agreement of Vati and says, "He speaks the truth."
Vati, give me a persuasion at advantage.
Oh, God. Okay. It's the same both times. Sweet. Cool. Got it. Bam.
Well, so you rolled perception.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
Okay, my bad.
So look, you get to roll again.
Oh, God. Persuasion. There it is. That is a nat 20, but it's -1. And then another nat 20, -1.
Fuck.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, she looks up at you. She wipes the tears from her eyes, and she kind of puts her hand up to kind of brace herself to help herself to her feet.
I reach out my hand instead to help lift her up.
And she'll pull herself up with your help and look you in the eyes and say, "I needed that. I needed those words."
I look her back in the eye and said, "Glad you've decided to join us. Will someone get her and then I look towards, will someone return her greatsword?"
Kel says, "Yes, the captain is nothing without their weapon." And as he says that, he notices something on the wall as he turns, and he notices there to be a mysterious rune, and he says, "I wonder what this does." And he investigates it.
And yeah, I'd like to Arcana check the swirl.
The swirl. The big swirl on the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Roll for me. And Kel, what do you do to investigate that rune exactly?
I'm going to do a Arcana check.
Okay, go ahead and roll me Arcana.
It's good that you're investigating the swirl, because I was just going to start throwing darts through it.
I looked at Craggle. Have you finished reading then?
Yeah, and I'll hand back the book.
Give me 1 second. My screen just turned black.
No worries.
Yeah, when I start talking with Craigle, I say to Craigle, I was like, "Can we leave? Katja found what she's looking for, her sister. This is what she wanted. Can we leave? And it's their problem now?"
You're gonna see Craggle kind of staring into the vortex, almost like a 1,000-yard stare. But this could be the key to what happened. And I'm gonna kind of like just reach a hand out. I'm not pushing my hand into it. I want to get my hand like out close to it.
And I push Crackle. Just kidding.
Yeah, I mean, you put your hand out to get close to it, and you can feel a warmth, which, you know, you haven't felt warmth or heat at all in this place. It's cold and dreary, but as you reach your hand out, you feel this warmth on the palm of your hand, and you get this sense of power, you know, coming from this thing.
As Craggle reaches out his hand, I turn to him and was like, "Whoa, now! Wouldn't want to touch that. That's one hell of a tear in reality."
Feeling the power of whatever this is kind of surge through him, he's gonna take a step forward and push his hand into it.
Okay. As you push your hand into it, that warmth that was coming over your hand, which was a good feeling you were feeling, as this power was kind of, you felt was right beyond your reach. As you reach in and push it into it, you feel this barrier, this force push back against you, and that heat turns into a blazing, searing heat that starts to burn. And before you can pull your hand away, black tendrils of energy emanate from this thing and encompass your arm, and the entire thing quickly pulses and then bursts out in this black energy that just covers the room. And everybody's staying where you are right now. Basically in
real quick, my foundry did. There we go. Okay, it just came up.
Give me a second here. Everybody in that area, I need to make me a dex save. As this burst of energy comes out of this thing, this black.
I really hope you all save. Oh no, it's my friend.
All right,
Well,
so
it looks like
I have a
everybody,
good dex. I just rolled real low.
everybody except Vati fails. And Vati, you will take half of this.
Is okay. Did you?
So 15 points of necrotic damage as this energy bursts out from this thing, and you feel your flesh start to rot and decay, and tear off as the searing, blazing heat just literally tears the skin.
Real quick, is it possible to use absorb elements here
Absorb elements.
as a reaction?
Yeah, I mean, if it's a reaction, absolutely.
Okay. I don't.
Let's see.
I just did my Arcana check.
Yeah, absolutely. You can use that. So you cast that on yourself, and you would. Yeah, I'm just looking at the trigger, right? The trigger is just that you.
It actually doesn't include necrotic. It's acid, cold, fire, lightning.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can. I was trying to look it up to see if it actually includes. I don't know if
acid,
Yeah,
cold,
necrotic
fire,
is
lightning,
included.
and thunder damage, so it wouldn't work on this. And you
Okay.
would know
Yeah.
your own spells. So
And then what about shield? Out of curiosity.
It's a save, not a hit. Its shield does increase your AC on
okay.
hits. Yeah.
On that note, you do see Igvis hit the ground.
So it's 15 damage halved, or is that half
So
of the damage?
15 is full damage. So for you, it'd be 7.
Okay.
Unless you saved.
Craggle drops to one knee and immediately coughs out some blood on the floor.
Does the area look safe after the spell?
So, what happened definitely did not look safe, but this effect happens, bursts out. You see the flesh kind of tearing from the individuals here in the room. Igvis drops to the ground, unconscious, it seems. Right, Igvis, are you unconscious here?
How do I
I
have
am
more
unconscious, I'm at
HP
0.
than you? Jesus.
So Igvis drops
I wasn't full.
unconscious, and the others here feel definitely wounded.
I just kind of like kneel. What did I say about touching the portal?
I just cough up some more blood.
I guess because nobody's doing anything, I'll roll a death save.
Let me do this.
Let me
first.
send him a DM because that's very.
What do you guys do? Just describe to me what you guys do right at this moment. So, Igvis, you're unconscious. Craggle, what do you do as this happens? And you see Igvis behind you drop to the ground.
So yeah, I drop to my hands and knees and just start coughing blood on the ground, and I don't have anything. Nope, I don't have anything that I can do.
Elias is going to run up to Ignis, and he's going to put his hands on him.
Okay.
You can move your token.
Yeah, go ahead and move your token up to Igvis, and then roll me what you need to roll.
By the way, Vadi, for your damage in your character sheet on the top right corner, you have your HP. You type the number in and you click damage.
Yeah, I already did
Supposed
that.
to re-roll if it's a natural 1 in this case.
You can reroll the ones, yeah. For healing, specifically.
Yeah. So you can re-roll that.
So what does Kel find from the rune on the wall?
I'll take 5 HP. I'm perfectly fine with that.
So, Kel, back to you. You rolled Arcana. Yeah, you're not sure what it's about.
Vadi had dropped to one knee. Definitely wounded. Just shaking his head. He's going to try to move away from the vortex.
Okay. You do that. You move away from the vortex, and I mean that energy kind of seeps back into this the vortex, and I mean it doesn't happen again, at least at the moment. So
Kel looks at the rune and puts his hand on it, and something happens.
yeah, so you put your hand on it, and when you do that, Kel, it sinks in to the wall, and that section of wall goes and moves over to the left to reveal what looks to be another room. And in that room is a singular chest.
Being behind Kel, I
Perhaps now would be a good time to regroup and lick our wounds before we proceed.
again not to agree with the bard, but he makes another fair point.
I'll go ahead and at this point kind of sit down on my back against the wall on the floor.
Is Ignis back up, by the way?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm at 5 HP now with your healing.
I'm gonna go ahead and do an investigation check, I guess, on the room with the chest itself, see if anything appears to be obviously trapped.
Yeah. Are you going into the room to check the chest out, or just from outside?
I'd like to stay outside of it if I can.
Yeah.
Are
So
any
when
of-
you say you're looking for obvious traps, you're looking at them kind of on the doorway or like on the floor in front of you.
Yeah, doorway, floor in front, just like immediate things.
Yeah. Okay. Roll me an investigation.
Kel also unsheathes his long sword, preparing for anything that may happen. Taken aback by the door, by the wall moving.
You don't notice anything, Marza.
Okay.
Kel looks through the doorway at the ceiling to see if anything is hanging from the ceiling or seems to be any danger from above.
Yeah. Go ahead and give me an investigation.
I'd also like to do an Arcana check.
An Arcana check, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. And what are you trying to surmise with your Arcana check?
Magical traps, any like latent spells that could be triggered.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me Arcana. Yeah, again, you don't notice anything, Marza. Kel, you're looking at the ceiling, and it looks like a stone ceiling. Just completely bare. This room in its entirety is just completely bare except for this singular chest. There are no markings on the walls. There's nothing else in the room. No furniture like that. Just an empty 15 by 15 by 15 stone room with a chest.
Kel's
Right.
going to say to the group, well, no time like the present, and he's going to move into the room.
Okay. And Mars is already in the room.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a closer investigation check on the chest itself, looking specifically for traps on the chest.
Okay. Roll me investigation.
I'm gonna move in kind of lean, holding kind of my arm on the wall. I'm gonna look down at Craggle. I'd be like, "Those wouldn't be the ghosts that you were talking about, would they?"
No, that was something different. I'm not muted, am I?
You're not.
No, I heard you.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
well-
I'm just whispering, Marza.
We've got ghosts. We've got a vortex of tearing reality and weird tendrils and a mysterious room with a singular chest.
I'll step aside and let Kel open it if he wants.
Kel being very hesitant on why Marza just steps to the side. He does his own Arcana check on the chest itself.
Okay, give me an Arcana check.
Oh boy.
Yeah, you notice nothing odd about the chest, besides the fact that there's just a chest in the middle of this room. But, the chest itself, you don't notice anything odd about it.
Kel walks up to the chest.
Perhaps we might not want to open something when we don't know what it is, given the current context.
And he puts his hand on the chest.
Okay.
Does
You rest your hand on the chest.
As if to see if there's any spirit or anything he can sense from inside the chest that may make him not want to open it.
So sorry, say again, Cal. So you were trying to use. So you used Arcana already. Notice nothing odd about the chest, and then you put your hand on the chest, and then what?
Give me 1 second. He's going to do. He just kind of puts his sword. He kneels down, kind of puts his sword across his lap, and proceeds to slowly open the chest.
Okay. You go to open the chest, and it seems to be locked.
Kel says to the group, "Does anybody have a key?"
Craggle coughs some blood on the floor.
Good sir, how wounded are you?
And, I mean, he'll just kind of hold up his arm, which probably has, like, pock marks and decayed flesh falling off of it. I've been better. And I'll just repeat what I put in chat. I'll kind of look, Craggle will look to Hone and Igvis, the two remaining members of his guild, and we need to retreat. And no one else needs to die here. And I'll turn to Ray and Katja.
And Katja will hand you her final potion.
Oh, I will take that. That's 2d4, right? Plus
yeah,
2.
I just put it in chat. You can just roll that, click that button.
Sweet. 8 big ones.
So while he's healing, Kel says to the group, "Well, why don't we just take the chest with us and we can find out what is in it later? We must heal."
I'm not. Sorry.
I'm hungry.
The chest
I'm
stays
not sure
here.
we should. Sorry.
Go ahead, Marza.
I'm not sure we should take anything from here, but Katja, this is the place related most to your sister. Do you want to deal with the chest, or should we leave?
She says, I have no more intrigue for this place. No more need for anything here. You can do what you wish. I was only looking for answers for my sister. And I have those now.
Alright, then let's move on.
No, Vadi kind of yells out to the bard. You wouldn't happen to have something that would help me, would you?
Yes, I'm good. Well, I might happen to have just a health potion left. Just a second, I need to,
With that, Vadi's kind of going to make his way towards Elias.
And Kel says to the group, "Well, what specifically seeming to be talking to Katja, he says, well, what if what's in this chest is something your sister left behind?
Roll me a persuasion check with advantage.
Alright, give me a sec. I should be able to do that. Sorry, I haven't. I'll
Oh, that's
get on
for
that.
Kel.
Sorry,
That's for
I'm.
Kel to watch.
How do I do the advantage?
If you right-click where the plus is, there will be an option to select advantage, and then you can
Okay.
roll it. It looked like it only rolled it once, so try rolling it again. Just normally. Oh, there you go. Nice. Not 20. She said, so Katja says, "You're right, Kel. We should probably find out what's inside."
Okay.
Alright, I have these tools. I can give it a shot.
Then it looks like Elias gave me some health back, so that's nice.
He can re-roll it because he rolled the 1.
So, it won't let me roll publicly because I'm technically out of spells now.
Just roll 1d8 plus. Just roll another 1d8, and then we add just 3 to your total. And the command looks like this, just without the space.
Here, just click that button, Elias.
I got 6 plus wisdom for it, right? The button to roll the spells won't let me roll them anymore because I have no spells.
Yeah, here, Elias, in game chat, in Foundry, click the button I just put out there. And that'll roll it for you.
So, Kel,
Wait, so I get. Go ahead.
Is it wisdom added, though?
I already, you had a 1d8 plus 3, so that's the 1d8 plus 3. So 7 total is what you got for your cure wounds.
Sweet, that's exactly how much damage I took. Let's go. Go ahead, Cal.
So Kel picks up the chest.
Well, I can try with thieves' tools first, so we don't have to carry it.
Okay. Kel's gonna step to the side, and allow Marza to do her thing.
That's going to be sleight of hand for thieves' tools, yeah? For lockpicking?
It is well, yeah, it's Dex with your proficiency. So if your proficiency and sleight of hand, it would be the same thing. So if you want, you can roll the sleight of hand.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. So you take out your thieves' tools and stick them inside this lock, and you hear after a little while a click, and it looks like you were able to unlock it.
All right. Here you go.
Is Marza giving Kel?
I'm stepping back with gesturing to the chest, allowing whichever of you would like the contents to go ahead and open it.
Kel says, I shall be the one to find what was left.
Perhaps the honor should go to your dear captain.
Kel says, the bard is correct. Captain, would you do the honors?
Katja will step up, and she will open the chest without saying a word. As she opens the chest, and a giant burst of flame comes out. The entire chest is destroyed.
Ooh.
And Mars, as you're standing by that door, all you see is Katja open up the chest, and then this burst of flame encompasses her and Kel, and the entire room is engulfed in flame. And you are just outside of its reach at the door. But it is an absolute inferno inside. I'm going to need a deck save from you, Kel.
Okay, 1 second. Dex. How do you do the save?
In your character sheet, there will be a section for saves in the upper left. It's underneath where strength and dex are. If you go down there,
Oh.
it shows everything for saving throws. So Katja fails. And Kel, you will take half of this damage, fire damage. And Katja will take all of it. So
Okay,
you take 7 points of fire damage, Kel.
Is that with my resistance to fire, my draconic resistance?
That is not with any resistance or anything else she might have. So if you have resistance, you would take 3.
Okay.
And what is left in place of where the chest was as you look down is this glowing blue sword. And it looks like this. It is a great sword, but it seems to magically glow blue in this blue radiance.
Kel winces at the fire that he has just the damage that he had just received, and being knocked to his butt, he stands up and he approaches the sword, and he touches the blade. Does he feel any energy coming from it?
Yeah, you touch the sword, and you feel a magical energy surround you, and you feel as if you can control this magic, and if given time, this magic could become a part of you. You essentially concentrate on this magic as you're gripping the sword, and the light goes out. And then I'll retcon that for a second. So you take this sword and you're concentrating on the magic, and you notice on the ground that there's a sheath nearby for this great sword, and you sheathe the weapon, and you notice as you start to sheathe it that the light goes out. And then as you unsheath it, the light comes back. And what is strange about this is that you've noticed that, light doesn't seem to really take effect or take hold here, but this does. It sheds this bright light out 15 feet and even farther out to 30 that illuminates the area for you. And the shadows that were surrounding you dissipate. and those shadows in that area, in the area around you while you're holding this sword, no longer seem to be there.
Kel whispers under his breath, "It seems to be speaking to me." And he feels just raw energy, and he puts away his long sword and he looks down at his captain to check on his captain briefly, and wonders if she has perished or if she's still clinging to life.
Oh,
She
is she out?
So she looks at you and says, "I am fine, Kel. I've seen worse."
He asks Katja, "What do you wish of the sword?" Seeming to want to keep it as his own.
She says, "It is yours if you want it, Kel. I need not of it."
He says to his captain, "Thank you, Captain." And he throws his. Well, not throws, he sets down, unsheathes his longsword, and replaces it with the greatsword. He is now carrying two greatswords.
Okay. Sounds good. And anybody who sees this sword over here can make me an Arcana check against it, and that includes you too, Kel.
Should I make one as well since I was over there?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you can see this light emanating from Kel, or at least was emanating. Do you sheathe the sword, Kel, or you currently have it out?
He has put the sheath on his back in kind of a X configuration with his other great sword, but this sword being on top of his original, for he knows it's more powerful, and he is holding the great sword kind of down by his side.
All right, so it currently sheds light. Looking at the Arcana checks here,
So like out of character, DM.
yeah,
Um, is that just art of the particular blade that I'm thinking it is?
it is artwork of the weapon, of this particular weapon.
Okay. Because I just saw the picture and it was just neat because I was reading about Forgotten Realms stuff
Yeah.
and I saw the art and I was like, oh my god, I think that's the thing, but I'm not. Obviously, I wouldn't know that in character. Maybe.
Also, DM out of character, Is there a specific great sword I need to add to my character sheet?
Yes, I will add it for you.
I think you sent that to the wrong person.
Uh,
Oh wait, no, that was
you
my
made an
Arcana
Arcana
check.
check. That
Yeah,
was an
yeah,
Arcana
okay.
check. Okay. So those who made I mean, you can, Vati, I didn't see an Arcana check from you either, but you can make an Arcana check on.
I'll go ahead and point to the blade. I guess it's on your back now. That could actually be tremendously useful. The creatures upstairs are vulnerable to light. By the way, I feel like, did we notice that this thing was actually glowing and emitting light, contrary to like everything else we've seen here?
Oh yeah, no, that's very apparent. You all
Right,
see
okay.
that effect. It's very clear that, something magical is going on. And I've added it to your character sheet, Kel.
Okay, I don't see it quite yet.
It's gonna take a while before you can attune to it anyway, right? If it's a magical weapon.
So, out of curiosity, who is Pal?
You'll meet him when you meet him.
Pal's a very friendly NPC that Craggle doesn't like.
He's a great guy.
Is he as great as the Great Elias?
Oh, he's up there with you.
Oh, I'm sure he'll be happy to kiss your feet.
Does Kel? So Kel is a great weapon master. Being a magical weapon, does he need attunement for it?
Yeah. Yeah, Great Weapon Master doesn't say anything about not needing to
Yeah,
attune.
no, it would have nothing about Great Weapon Master. I'm just, I don't know if you need to attune to all magic weapons or not. I don't think so, right?
Really? That's cool.
I mean, I could be wrong on that. I will double check on that. We can look at it later for you, but we will assume that you are going to have time to attune eventually here.
Okay. I'm still not seeing it in my inventory to move it to to start attuning to it.
Should be there. I'm seeing it in your inventory. Go to inventory, go to equipment, and it is there.
And to be clear, the very bottom of the all page is where you select attunement.
That's what it's called in your inventory.
Yeah, it'll tell you whether or not it requires it when you scroll all the way to the bottom.
Yeah, if it's not listed as attunable items, then it doesn't require it.
I only know because I have a magic item that required attunement, and I think Craggle does too.
Yup.
So, perhaps now would be a reasonable time to leave this place.
we should group ourselves around the injured. Make sure the unhurt are on the outside.
The Moon
Inside.
Touch Greatsword
Sorry.
does not require attunement. I just added it to my inventory to test.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think it does.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, because it's neat.
Okay. Anyway. Catcher says, well, with that, I think our work is done here. Would you all agree?
Yeah, let's get the fuck out.
There is still evil to be
Agreed.
vanquished. If you're really worried about that.
I'm gonna elbow Ignis on the arm, not hard, just kind of like, come on, dude. Like,
I mean,
That
if he
sword's
speaks,
gonna make this a lot easier.
if he speaks the truth, we might if using that blade, we might be able to explore maybe a little bit more.
Perhaps it's. Still, there's always more evil than one man can slay, even with the aid of the great Elias.
Yes,
We-
but
we
we are a
need
small
rest.
army.
we need rest.
It is better to rest and come back another night. We are a
Would you
small
mind
army,
unpausing?
but we are half wounded by now.
Oh man, we
That-
should have just pushed the knight into the portal. Damn it.
Just remember that those shadows never came, so they may still be up here at some point.
Oh, definitely.
Because Vadi's got to take up the rear. There's this NPC here, but
Are we recruiting structurally, or are we just kind of running?
Well, a couple of us have just kind of zoomied.
I'm trying to stick with some of the injured, but it's not going well.
as Vati gets to like the corner, he kind of just looks back at the vortex and shakes his head, and then makes his way.
Elias is also going to strangely stay with the injured. Obviously regaling them about how great the great Elias is.
I'm gonna whisper to Craggle. I'm gonna kill him. I swear I'm gonna kill him.
If you don't, I might do it first.
Is there something I hear of killing someone?
And I'll just like spit on the ground. Nope.
You're real shiny, right?
I think it's only supposed to be when it's unsheathed, but we move on. We trudge along. And we get the fuck out. Ignis, stop running!
That I'm literally faster than all of you. Keep on.
I'd offer to help one of the injured walk, but I think I'd be more useful with a cane.
Yeah, like I could probably like lean on you.
I assume Belron isn't actually here.
He is there.
Oh,
Oh, shit.
Belron.
Yeah, I'll approach Belron. What happened? Well, actually, I know what happened. Are you alright?
He says, no, mate, I don't think that I am.
Look, what Kat just said, she was emotional. You are not responsible for the sins of your father, whatever they may be.
Says, that may be so, but I feel like it is still my responsibility to end this, and we have still a problem that we need to figure out.
While leaving, I stop suddenly and almost as if I feel something, and I'm gonna do a sudden Arcana check.
An Arcana check.
Yes, sir.
what are... Oh, okay. On the...
Bummer.
On the area that we're in.
Yeah. You don't sense anything.
That was a horrible road.
Come, let's leave this place.
I'll put a hand out to Belronda to help him up if he needs it, and we should get rest. We can talk more in the morning.
Belron says, well, you see, there is still the problem that this place is open, and we have not figured out how to close it. An evil can still escape. We do know that we can close the gates, but that someone would have to stay behind. And he looks at you, and you know what he's going to say.
Yeah.
And he says, it was my father who caused all of this trouble. It seems only fitting that I be the one to stay behind and ensure that this evil does not escape ever again.
I'm gonna kind of like look him in the eye. It's not your responsibility to do this. We can post guards. We could probably find somebody to reseal the gate. This is madness.
And he puts his hand on your shoulder and he says, it's all right, Craggle. I've made up my mind. This is what I want to do.
I'll stop and just shake my head and start walking out the door.
As I walk past Balron, I'll say, pat him on the shoulder and say, good luck.
And Katja, as she passes by Belron stares her right in the eyes, and she stares back and opens her mouth as to say something, and then closes it, looks at the ground, and then nods and continues on.
I simply nod as I walk by, not knowing what to say.
Cal says to Belron, well, you have made your choice. We will see you either again in this life or the next.
Aye, mate.
Elias is just gonna like grab him and mutter something and walk away.
Okay.
For the GM, I've sent details of what
yep.
he might.
He says, appreciate it, mate.
And I'll tell him to find his own peace. You'll find it eventually. And then leave.
Or die first.
And with that, Belron, you guys will see as you start walking out, Belron walks up into the tower, and right before you exit this place, the gate from behind shuts.
Oh no, Ignace, you're still inside!
It was the portcullis that he was closing, right?
Yes, the portcullis closes.
So, are we out, or and he waited for us all to leave, or are we trapped? Just to be.
No, we're out. We're
You're
outside
out.
the walls.
You are out.
Don't worry about what was up there. It's fine.
I was gonna say, have we?
Yeah, we've explored this area.
Okay.
We also tried to enter this place from anywhere other than the door. It was not a good idea.
I look to Katja and I go, when you're ready, we should discuss payment.
She.
You'll hear a hearty, like almost like snarky laugh from off in the distance.
And she will look at you, raise an eyebrow, and then shake her head and walk off without saying a word to you.
Kel mutters under his breath, this bard, he never stops, does he?
That wasn't the bard, that was Vati?
Yeah, it was body.
Oh, I thought it was the bard.
I'll
No,
walk out into our.
Because
Oh, God.
because I had originally asked to ask some questions when we were all done with this.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, that's what I meant by payment.
Yeah. So, yeah, and I mean, she does exactly what she does. So you can give me an insight, Vati.
Well, that was awful, but fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, you're not exactly sure, but you just kind of get the feeling that it's been a long day and she just doesn't want to deal with anything else right now. So, that's kind of the look she was getting you. Like, after all we just went through, really? You're gonna, I just don't want to talk.
To be fair, they only went through half as much.
I will
mean,
talk to all of our new people real quick and just be like, hey, what are you guys' plans now that this is all done?
I can certainly say that I'm intrigued, and I think this goes along with my investigation into what was requested of me back at Baldur's Gate. So I'll probably continue to follow this party as long as there's no objections.
We're leading a caravan currently from El Terrell of survivors to Baldur's Gate. So that's where we're headed.
Could
Well, good.
Could I insight him as to where in Baldur's Gate he might be from?
You can ask, and I would straight just tell you.
Oh, okay, then yeah. Where you said you're from Baldur's Gate. Where did you hail from, or where did you reside?
I'm just gonna look at Craggle and be like, well, I have a small investigation agency down closer to the port. I wouldn't say slums, but the darker corners, if that helps.
And I'll just kind of give an understanding nod. Can I hold on? Can I invoke my rumor monger? Is he a sage like me?
Your rumor monger.
Yeah, essentially, I would know of other spies in the city, kind of thing.
Do you want me to answer? Or are you gonna answer, do you?
I'm wondering
I'll-
if I know of you, like if you've established a name.
Yeah, I'll let you answer.
So his agency is small, but it's mostly known as he's not corrupt by any means, so he doesn't take any of the bribes from like upper nobles. But he also doesn't take very many cases from any of like the angry lower class that are trying to get back at said nobles by asking to investigate. He's known for being rather particular with the cases that he takes on.
So you're Robin Hood's personal PO or PI.
Yes, but he doesn't. You also know that his agency, he's the only one that works there. Like,
Right.
Very much small business owner with only him there.
Okay. I'll say I've heard of you. You made quite a name for yourself helping the lowly of the town.
Yes, although they seem to quite try to use that help to want to fabricate things about their opposition. Same for the upper brass, as you surely know how they can be.
And I'll just... All men seek more power. You can't really fix the disease that men have.
I suppose that is one lie to tell yourself. He says, kind of getting closer to the front.
And the
Kel,
rest of
here's
you.
your-
And the rest of you guys, yeah, Kel, Marza, and Elias. Big heavy sigh.
Elias was
Damn
probably
hard.
watching that conversation and paying special attention to it. If anything, I might have actually incited both of them.
Oh no, just where are you going from here was my question.
The Great
Kel says,
Alliance seeks only to find tales for beautiful music.
Yep, you and Pal are gonna love each other. Well, I guess no, not you, not Pal. Pal's best friend, the poet. What was his name again?
Billiam.
Billiam. That was it.
William the poet. Beautiful.
Kel says to the group, I think our group is a good one. I would ride with you any day.
Well, I won't be too much riding myself. I prefer walking.
I still don't know what happened to the city, and I'd like to find out. If sticking with all of you is going to help me figure that out, then I'll tag along.
As you wish, then. We'll introduce you to our caravan and all of our lovely compatriots. You'll love Larry. And then we'll walk away.
All right.
Larry?
You see
Tell
behind you as you guys kind of are walking and having this conversation. It seems like Rhea and Katja have a conversation themselves in the back, farther from prying ears. And they kind of nod at each other as you look back. And Rhea continues to move on with you, and Katja takes off in another direction towards the main camp.
Kel yells after Katja, where are you going, my captain?
And she yells back, "Where I should have been, all along," and continues walking.
Kel hesitates for a second, kind of in a stuck between a rock and a hard place. Does he either follow his captain or does he stay with this ragtag bunch of people that he has started to have trust in?
Vati's gonna walk up to Kel. He sees Kel's kind of indecision. I'm put a hand on his shoulder and be like, best to let her go. She, at the very least, needs to clear her head. I'm sure you'll see her again.
Kel says to Vati, you may be right. I shall leave her be for now.
Elias is also going to walk up to Kel, and he's going to point at the sword he found. The gods send many omens. I doubt I doubt it a coincidence you found a sword like that, and you're heading to a caravan. Metagame thing. The implication insight he's going for is that it is Kel's destiny to protect the caravan.
We shall see what destiny has in store for me and my group.
Quit retcon RP. I would say, like, as we're probably walking back before Rhea and Vati or Katja separated when they were talking in the back, I would approach Vadi. You said you have an inquisitive mind, and I can respect that. And I want to share with him the note from Rezimir that we found.
Okay. And you would
Um,
be able to read that in the level 1 handout, Svati. You should have access to that as well.
and I'll say how we were originally investigating cult activity in the area, and we found this among the bodies. This belonged to a member of the cult of the dragon, I think, right?
Yeah, that's who we were looking for at the beginning.
Well, the Cult of the Dead 3, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it says the Cult of the Dead 3 in the letter.
Like we
You
were
it's
looking for the
found
Cult of
it
the Dragon.
on the body of the guy who was on top of the altar and was
Right.
killed.
A
So it
cult
was
of the
with the
dragon
dragon
member,
member.
yeah. But we
Um,
were attacking a Cult of the Dead 3 ritual.
You seem like someone I can trust in for now. And then I'm going to share with Craggle the request letter that I got that had no signature. Just a request to investigate the order in the city. And they're
Okay.
And if you want, what we can do is we have a chat for basically
Play
we'll
by
play it in the
post,
Discord, a play-by post that we can do throughout the week, and you guys can even dive into that conversation in more detail in that if you want as well.
Okay, cool.
sounds good.
Just for the sake of moving on here.
Yeah.
As well.
Did you mean to pause this?
I did mean to pause
Okay.
it as Honed moved up. Because as you and Honed, I'm just going to move you back for a second.
Sure.
You're just slingshotting around.
Yeah.
As you come up to camp, there seems to be a little bit of a commotion at camp. And the fire seems to be lit. You see Vasha up ahead, and Dara, Goran, and Clyde are all up, and there's a horse in the middle of camp, and a woman that they all seem to be huddled around. You can't get, the best look at the woman from where you are right now, but it seems like there's some sort of commotion, and this woman is not somebody that you recognize.
Yeah, she's new.
I'll kind of limp into camp and just take a seat next to the fire and look around at everyone, and I'll probably do like a preliminary insight just to see like what the mood is here.
And you see this woman as you approach the fire. She is crying as you come up to her. She is clearly pregnant in the later terms of her pregnancy. And she has religious garb on, although she's clearly not of any high station or wealth. And she seems to be crying, and as you come up, she says, "Please, please, we must go out there and find him. Please, we can't just leave him out there all alone by himself." And Vasha says, "I know that you're upset, and I can't imagine what you're going through, but it is too dark, too late to go searching for him at this time. We must wait until light and see what we can find then."
Vati kind of rushes to the scene, almost in a weird, like, strictly professional rush. He's not like worried or emotional. So he comes to them. He kind of overhears them talking. Now, I might be new here, but slow down. Who rushed into the forest?
Also rushing over there, but he's going to try to look acrobatic and as showy as possible as he does.
All right, go ahead and move your character over there. She says, my my husband, Fessel, he's in trouble. We need to find him. We were attacked.
Slow down. Slow down. Did you see your attackers? Give me any kind of description.
I did. They they came out of nowhere. Just we were riding along the path, and out of nowhere, these hooded figures came out of the darkness, and they grabbed Fessel and started dragging him down from his horse. And he yelled at me to run and to take off and to get help. And I galloped away, and I left him there. And as she says that, she kind of arches her back a little, and she puts her hand on her back and the other hand on the bump on her stomach. She says, we must hurry because...
Oh. Now, you said they came from the darkness, like the darkness of the forest, or did they appear suddenly?
Yes, the darkness of the forest.
Okay. And they simply dragged your husband away. There was no demands, no shakedown of any kind?
No words at all. Just dragged him from his horse and to the ground. I didn't get to see what happened because I was still running off to look for help. And oh, please, you must help us.
What sort of robes did they wear?
She says it's dark, and I couldn't see very well. They were dark and black robes, maybe brown.
Were they wearing masks?
I couldn't tell. I couldn't see that detail. I was just trying to get help. Please, we can't stand around here and talk anymore.
We will go deal with it. You just need to breathe. Calm down, if not for your sake, for the one that you carry.
She goes.
There we go.
Oh.
Well, this is
About how
to...
do you know about how far down the path?
She says, "Oh, I don't know. I must have been riding for 10, 15 minutes."
How long ago was this?
She says, I don't know. I just came here. I've been here for a couple minutes. It was about 10, 15 minutes. Maybe I was riding.
Breathe.
I don't know. Half an hour, maybe. I don't know. I can't tell time. I can't sense.
I would like to roll insight to see if she's telling the truth or if this is an offensive.
Yeah, same.
Absolutely. Go ahead and give
My
me an insight.
trap radar is ticking.
While this is going on and everybody's freaking out, Kel says to Craggle, "Would you like a hand?" And I'm going to cast my Cure Wounds spell.
Oh, before you do that, did we get a short rest on our journey?
Yeah, I'd say along that walk you could get a short rest.
Okay, save your spell, buddy. I'll use hit die. Thank you, though. I appreciate the thought.
Out of curiosity, what class is Kel?
Paladin?
He is
pretty
a
sure-
paladin.
Oh, no, I won't. I don't have any hit die left. Alright, I'll take that heal, buddy.
And what class is you were asking Craggle? What class Craggle was? Or?
No,
No, Kel.
It's just Kel. I don't know all the classes from the group yet, so.
Yeah, to be fair,
So
you
I'm
haven't
gonna-
really seen anybody fight yet.
yeah, we haven't really gotten to a combat.
So I'm going to cast my Cure Wounds spell on Craggle.
All right.
I'm just going to whisper under my breath. Of course we'll never get to sleep. These days have been exhausting.
Thank you. You know, and it seems almost pitiful to say, but we're not even getting paid.
One does not always need payment to help. Remember this.
Tell that to the Flaming Fist. Which direction did you come from?
Does a 24 insight get me anything on if she's suspicious at all or telling the truth?
Yeah, with I'm looking at all your insights. Yeah, with your insights, you have no reason to believe that she's being deceitful with you in any way. At least not that you can tell.
And let's just remember, a whole fucking city just got blown the fuck up. So yeah, weird shit's going on everywhere. I'll turn to Vasha. I don't know if we can spare this right now. We all have been through hell, to say the least, and do we even know if this person is of importance?
She says, "Oh, please, please, my husband is of great importance. He he's from Baldur's Gate and he works there in the city. He's a merchant, a very important merchant, and you must help him. You must help his father. His father was a Hell Rider. You obviously know the Hell Rider. Please help them." And Vasha turns and says, "Graggle, maybe we should talk over here."
Goddamn right.
And as they walk off, Alyssa, the woman turns. None of you have asked her name. The woman, turns to the rest of you and continues to plead for.
And I'm just continuing to try to keep her to remain as calm as possible. Remind her that stress can affect the child. That we're working on a solution. It's just going to take us a second.
And give me a persuasion check.
I'm so bad at these.
Want to come join us, Elias?
Why he?
Throw
While
equation with him actually. I make one too.
sure.
I'm so bad at these. I shouldn't have gotten those.
Are you
nat
saying
20s.
that harm will come to my child? Is it possible that something could be wrong?
Let's get her a seat. Do you need some water?
Oh, I am
Maybe a
thirsty.
bite to
Yes,
eat.
the baby may need some food. Oh, but my husband. Oh,
We'll figure that out. Sit down, have some water, a little bite maybe. If you can keep something down, we'll deal with it.
what do you do? What do you give her to eat?
I'm kind of gesturing to the people in the caravan, like, you have food, yes?
Oh,
Right,
man, you joined the wrong
right.
caravan.
So Kel actually walks over to her, and takes out one of his spare water skins and hands it to her, it being approximately half full, and says, "Here, drink some of this."
And she will drink it and drink it and take it out of her mouth and go, calm down just a little bit. She says, "Oh, you will help, won't you?"
So out of curiosity, I don't know how I'd roll for this. She mentioned that her husband was a merchant. Would he at any point have asked me to investigate anything since I'm from Baldur's Gate?
No. You
Okay.
haven't heard the name Fessel before?
So Kel gestures for the water skin back, and then he says, "I must tend to my horse. I have been gone long enough."
Yeah.
At this point, I'll ask her name since she's breathing.
She'd say, "Oh, Alyssa. My name is Alyssa."
Alyssa. Okay.
Let's switch over here to Kragel and Vasha. She says, Kragel, we can't search for her husband tonight.
I thought as much myself.
She says her name is Alyssa, and she says she is originally from Elturel. I was able to glean that much, and that her husband worked in Baldur's Gate. She had gone with him months ago while he worked in his home city. She is obviously with child and very close, from what I can tell, to having her child. She's in no condition to go anywhere, and being so dark and late and with minimal resources, it would be a witch hunt to try to look for her husband in the middle of the night. I understand that whatever has happened to him, but it seems like this might be a search we will have to wait for the morning to do. We also have the safety of the caravan to think about as well. If these individuals are still out there and mean us harm, we need people back here as well to safeguard the caravan and to double the watch.
I agree. I propose we lie to her. We tell her that we sent someone out to find her and she's safe with us for now, and perhaps if we can spare the manpower in the future, we can investigate, but there's no way we can do it now.
I think this is agreeable, and maybe even more so, and she kind of looks down, she says, I don't like the idea of lying to her, but, a small fib, maybe, if we tell her we send someone out tonight and send somebody out at first light before she can wake,
At this point, it's the life of one versus the life of many, and don't worry yourself, I'll handle the telling of the tale.
She nods and she says, very well.
And I'll start making my way back. I'll approach her. Young lady, what did you say your name was? Just because I wasn't there for that.
Alyssa.
Alyssa, we are sending some of our men to search for your husband. I can't guarantee his return, but if he does get found, he will be brought to this caravan. So I think you're safe with us.
Roll me a deception.
Oh, shit!
Can I roll insight against that deception?
You can try.
Yeah. This would be an instance where I would let you do that. Oh, that's a good roll.
You can certainly try.
Okay. Yeah.
It's also by on hand going to roll.
Oh my
God
god.
Damn, I'm good at lying.
My good. You would roll intimidation?
Suddenly he's just
I
like,
got
rah!
Oh, fucking Marza. Is
First
that a
good
nat
roll
20?
I've had. It is a nat 20, yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
damn.
Marza, you know that Kragel is definitely lying. He doesn't intend to send any. Oh, and Elias, you also know that Kragel is definitely lying, and he doesn't intend to send anybody out tonight.
I think we should take his first roll. Just add 5 to 4. He got a 9.
No, 24. You got it.
Yeah.
Marza, Elias, he's clearly lying. The rest of you, don't see any deception in Kragel's words, and she seems to calm down when you say that. She says, all right, as long as you're searching for him. And she says, ooh, and she grabs her side and says, I need to lie down.
Shit, I thought she was about to get into labor. I was about to lose it.
See,
Yeah, you could. The better part of that is if you could roll deception to try to help her give birth while you're way through childbirth.
Medicine deception combo roll.
See, and for me,
yeah, I'm
because I believe him, I'm gonna be like, guess I'm getting my bag ready, and I'll walk away.
I'll telepathically message him. It's not us. Don't worry.
I'm actually going to awkwardly follow Vati.
Body didn't leave. It was Igvis.
Oh, darn it.
However,
Kel-
what I will say is I stand up, kind of like I looked to Craggle, seeing if maybe I could tell if there was a lie behind it. Obviously, clearly saw nothing. And I
As you're standing on top of a carriage. 7 foot tall dragonborn looking down at me.
No, I'm not. um. Well, I gaze at Marza for a moment, and then I look to Alinus. You there, the bard. You're Elias.
Yes. What is it you seek from the great Elias?
I'd like to speak with you privately, near the creek that we.
Absolutely. Would you care to join? Would you like Marza to join us?
Just you and me. I have a few questions for the great bard himself. I
Very
say,
well.
kind of snarky.
And Elias, like a backflip off, to like indicate he's ready to walk.
Of course.
And you can
Gonna
move your
go
character
join him?
Elias over by the water too, if you want.
And falls on his fucking face.
All into the river. I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah, Elias, you go to like walk over to the river as you're saying this, and you're like strutting around, and you kind of like trip over your own feet and like right off the side here of the bridge, and like face first into the stream, into the water.
You see, I picture it as like, I did a backflip by the campfire, like burned my pants or something.
Increased morale of all players.
One else gets an inspiration.
Everyone liked that. I reach a hand down to Elias, who's in the stream, to kind of like lift him up. Almost begrudgingly. Like, I don't really want to do this, but like.
I kind of want to see a strength roll to see if you just toss him.
Elias is going to stand up, and I guess take your hand. So, critical question, is it just the two of us in sight right now?
Yeah, can you see the map?
Let me check that.
Because they're all by the fire over there.
So, what is it you want, good Vati?
Well, as much as and I do mean this fully, hate you, because I hate you, I can trust you a little bit more. As weird as that sounds.
Trust me, I am the last one you should be trusting.
And that's exactly why I can trust you. Anyway, moving past
Let's
those
just get
paradigms.
deeper. Let's just go deeper.
Something's afoot. I do not like the fact that the woman's husband was merely just taken.
They're not
If it's
sending anyone, you know.
What'd you say?
They're not sending anyone. At least not till morning.
Well, keep your voice down. No need to sow distrust. I even if they aren't sending anyone. Well, it angers me that they refuse to tell the woman the truth.
Quite so.
But I think why would they want to just take the merchant? If they wanted money, they'd shake him down.
Agreed.
It's not like there's not going to be gods that come to chase them.
It's-
He either serves some greater purpose in whatever narrative they have going forward, or just something's amiss.
Quite so.
Yeah.
If they wanted money, they'd have killed him and the woman on the spot and just taken what they had. Would have been far cleaner that way. They want something specific, and no ransom note makes me ponder what.
It's very possible that they just didn't have time to give the ransom note, but that doesn't seem right for people that jumped out of the forest. And if what you say is true, it looks like our little band of, well, I wouldn't call them heroes.
One can hardly trust a Hell Rider.
I sense some animosity. However, that being said, I want you to keep your eye. See if you can spot anything in the forest. They won't pay attention to you since I'm sure they hate you just as bad as much as I do.
Why do you think it is they hate me so?
For one, you just mentioned that you don't
Well-
like Hellriders. Secondly, one of them is a Hellrider.
So that's also metagame. That was a kind of implication of he wanted them to hate him.
Well, I wouldn't know that you wanted to hate. But
so with
anyway.
with that, let's move off that conversation because I think that was a lot of really good role play. And then any other kind of conversation we'll put in that play by post for layer.
Yeah.
For the sake of moving the
Fine.
story here along.
Well,
Yeah.
some of it I might DM Horasan,
Yeah, you can do that.
because much of this is things that Elias will admit to him, but not to the rest.
Sure. Yeah, you could put it in the play by post, or you could have a conversation in DMs later as well, whichever you guys prefer. Moving as the camera kind of pans back to the fire over here, you guys have seen Elias and Vati kind of move off towards the river, and Alyssa is clearly tired and looking for, looking for rest. She seems to be calmed by Kraigel's assurance that somebody is going to go out tonight, and is now just looking for a place to lie down. And Gorin says, "Well, yes, young one, I am sure that we can find you a place. Come with me. We will, yes, I believe we have an extra tent over here. Clyde, will you come to my assistance?" And Clyde goes, "Meh, meh," and prances over towards Gorin as Dara helps Alyssa kind of walk in this direction, and then between the caravans off over here.
Could I do a religion check on her robes? Maybe gain insight into who or what she worships?
Yeah, give me a religion check.
Not good.
Ooh, yeah.
You don't notice anything.
I was a very focused religious man in my day.
I clearly. I think you were more. I think you lied to the priests more than I think that we know.
Oh, the words you tangle, my friend.
So Kel comes back to the group after having fed and attended to his horse and says, well, what did I miss?
It's likely we depart for Baldur's Gate in the morning.
Sounds glorious.
Do you really plan to send anybody?
I'll look to Marza, kind of narrow my eyes. Yes, we hope to find him soon.
When
We can't
are you
say.
sending someone?
I believe Rhea will give the orders by morning. Or not Rhea, Basha, sorry.
Right.
And Vasha will say, "Indeed, we will certainly send someone at some point before morning comes."
We cannot spare too many men. The caravan is the priority. This has the most souls to save, and who knows what's going on at Baldur's Gate, so we must make way.
We can at least keep an eye out on the way.
Certainly.
Did it seem like the direction she came from was on our way to Baldur's Gate, at least?
So, you guys didn't even ask where she came from, and when she was already there when you arrived. But Vasha, when you say that, will pipe up because she got a little bit more information before you arrived. And it is indeed on the way to Baldur's Gate.
I'll go ahead and also share, just for brevity, out of I'll say it out of character, but in character, Dolakesh will explain how we had an encounter with a cult who was seemingly to sacrifice members of the cult of the dragon. We don't really know the nature of that ritual. And then on a separate incident, we found some cultists. Did we recognize them as Cult of the Three in the basement?
You did not.
Okay, so we found other cultists who we don't really know who they were. They were doing a ritual that summoned a fucking devil or something like that, almost killed one of us. So yeah, we've been definitely interacting with cultists, people in robes and sacrificing humans and stuff.
All of
And
that was the same day.
Yeah, that was a long fucking day. So yeah, that's been happening around.
You don't think this could be relevant to solving that problem?
It certainly could be, but it's not our priority. This caravan is our priority.
Kel says to the group, I agree with Craggle. We should stay where we are and proceed with our objective.
Fine. I won't stop you.
I just got a quick question. What time of day is it?
It is about 1 a.m.
Kel says to the group, well, are we leaving in the morning?
Yeah.
If so, I am going to move over to my horse and say goodnight. Well, I'm going to say goodnight to everybody first. And then I'm going to move over to my horse. And I'm going to take out my blanket out of my off my horse, and I'm going to lay it down and say, well, he's going to kind of holler, and he's going to say, wake me up when it's my turn for the watch. And he's going to lean back up against the side of his horse after taking off his chainmail. He's going to keep the moon sword kind of crossed on his chest as if protecting it.
Okay. What about everyone else? What is everybody else doing?
Honed and Crackle will take first watch.
I will make my way back into the camp.
Elias is going to go into camp, and he's going to seek out Marza, actually.
I'm gonna just like lay on this rock by the campfire.
I'm making my own little spot away from everyone else.
Yeah, I'll have my tent kind of close to Hesterine and just like pass out.
All right. And Vasha will head off towards her tent, her watch having ended since Krygel and Honed are taking over.
Also, just as a aside, I will be pondering my orb.
Is that Scholar's Orb?
Uh,
Dun, dun,
It's-
dun.
it's It's just an orb. It's a magical orb. It kind of just floats at shoulder height for me, or just
Oh,
above.
I remember that in the description now. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah. Um, as I'm laying down, I'm just kind of gonna flip through the page of the diary, um, running through the events in my head, uh, trying to add the pieces to this massive puzzle I'm trying to put together. My orb just continues to kind of float, almost in like an idle animation in a circle around me.
Dope.
Yeah.
So, fast forwarding through the night.
Well,
Um,
Elias is gonna try to talk to Marza before she sleeps.
All right. For the sake of just getting through the night and kind of pushing the game along forward, I'd say, if you want to put that in the play-by-post, that conversation, or in DMs, that way we can just move along with the rest of the night here.
Yes.
Make sure we keep the pace. But as far as going through the rest of the night, how did you guys want to handle watches? So, Honed and Craggle, you would go through your watch, and then what would you do?
Uh, to take second watch if I could.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll offer to take watch as well. Doesn't matter when.
Elias is also gonna do at least one watch. But
Kel,
we first will talk about how the great Elias is benevolently performing a watch.
I will have Craggle kind of next to the fire, but excuse me, up against this wall. I'm positioning myself with my back to the fire, so I'm kind of looking out. I am keeping watch, more or less, but I'll turn to Honed, and at some point in the night, and I'll be, I'm sorry. I'm not quite sure what came over me back there, but I didn't mean any harm to come on you.
I'd say to Craigle, it's all good, man. We didn't. Nobody knows what's going to happen. That place is fucking crazy. We lost Neil, and then War took off, and then Balron there at the end. This is just a fucked up day. I'm glad it's over. And then I'll just put my head back down how I was lying, and I'll say to Craigle, don't worry about it. It was all Catch's problem. She's all wanted that revenge for her sister, so it's on her, not on you.
I appreciate you not holding any animosity on me, but I will say this, and I'll kind of idly glance down at my shoulder where the patch used to be. You don't have to follow my orders. You should do what you believe is right and correct, and not what any so-called captain tells you what to do. As you can see, I think the only thing that leaders are good at is getting their people killed. So I appreciate all the help you offer, but I'm not your captain.
Okay, well, I'm pretty good at getting myself into my own trouble, so you sort of keep me on the straight and narrow. Yeah, it's just nice having somebody just to sort of bounce ideas off of. I guess that's what I'm looking for. Yeah.
I'll just kind of nod and continue overlooking the road
All right.
through the night.
And so then Craggle and Honed, you would eventually your watch would come to an end, and you would wake Vati for second watch, as you would head off to wherever you're heading off to. Vati, you and we'll say Elias are on second watch, and you would go through your watch. Nothing of note would happen, and then the third watch would come about, and Marza offered to take a watch as well. Marza would then come on for third watch before the dawn, and Valis and Segrin would also wake, having already been told that this was part of their watch as well by Vasha to join you for that third watch in the morning. And right before that, the sun fully rises. Vasha wakes and comes to the fire where you would now be, Marza, on your watch. And she talks to Segrin in Valis, and she says, Valis, Segrin, thank you for taking watch. You as well, Marza. Now that morning is almost upon us and the camp will be waking, would you be able to do a favor for me?
What is it?
She says, Alyssa, the woman you saw last night, Marza, and Segrin and Valis, I'll get you up to speed. She is from Elturel, but her husband Fessel was working in Baldur's Gate, and she was on her way to Elturel to give birth near her family when they were attacked by hooded figures along the road, a 15-minute ride in the direction of in west. I promised her that we would send somebody to investigate, but it was way too dark last night and to do it, and we had too much to take care of here and to protect here, and now that we have made it safely through the night and before she wakes, I would like somebody to go investigate, if you three would be willing to do that for me.
Do I overhear this because I'm still sleeping on that rock at all?
Yeah, I would say about this time you'd start to be waking up. So, you'd probably like be in and out of it, and you'd kind of be waking up like, what? What's going on?
So, would I have heard this at all as well?
Well, Elias, where would you be sleeping? Because your watch would have ended on the second watch, and then you would have gone to gain more rest.
So, I would have probably slept near the camp. My character went to find Marza to say what he was going to say. I'll DM B's later about that, or do it in the record chat, depending on preferences. And from there, go back to camp.
Okay. So you can move your character on screen wherever you would be. But yeah, I mean, if you were by the camp and that's where you would have been sleeping, then you would have been able to overhear that.
What time is it currently?
Right now, it's a little before 7, so you were doing maybe about 2-hour watches, and it would be about right before 7.
Kel's going to wake up and put away his blanket, and he's going to kind of wander off away from the caravan to kind of get some alone time and to prepare his spells.
Overhearing them, I kind of like groggily, as I kind of like hear, like, I say that I'll hear like the end of it, like them talking about sending someone out, and I'm just kind of, I may go if neither one of you wants to go.
I'm going to make a stealth check as soon as they hear about people going out and rush away to rapidly prepare my spells.
Okay.
With my passive perception, would I notice him doing that?
Make me a stealth check, Elias. Yes, absolutely.
Seven. Elias is not.
Elias is not very stealthy. Trying to
No.
sneak over.
Okay.
Elias is
Trying to do
probably
little
dancing and
backflips on his way.
singing.
Like he's being overly performative while he's stealthing. Like
I imagine him like going, "Oh," really loudly, and then Naruto running away.
throwing some hand signs.
Did not mean to do that.
He's probably dancing and singing about how stealthy he is. Oh, I'm so stealthy.
Don't be suspicious.
You
Don't be suspicious.
me.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Just keep stealthing, stealthing, stealthing. Just keep
Now,
stealthing,
do
stealthing.
you follow me? Is the real question.
No, I'm in the middle of a conversation, but I am taking note of that.
All right.
And the fact that you clearly heard us and then ran away.
Well, not to mention that I was definitely concerned about it when I just talked to you the night prior. So,
Okay.
Mixed
So-
messages all around.
Real quick, at this point, would we have gotten a full long rest at this point, or no?
Yes. So you would have had a long rest. Those of you who are currently sleeping and everybody else. So jumping back to the conversation at the fire, Segrin and Valis both agree. Segrin says, "Of course, my love, I'll go and do this for you." And Valis says, "Yes, of course, Vasha. I would love to be of service." And then she turns to Vati and says, "Thank you for volunteering as well, Vati. And Marza, would this be something that you could also do?"
If these are indeed the cultists that the adventuring party have been dealing with, is it safe to send only 4?
At this point, has it been about 3 or 5 minutes?
Not since you walked away. I'd say they just started that conversation up again. But
Because within 5 minutes, he's coming back.
okay. So she would say, "Well, we do still need people at the caravan to keep guard, but I suppose you're right. If it might be better to send some more. Maybe your companions. If you were to wake Craggle and Igvis and Honed and Kel and where's the singing one?"
He ran off like an idiot.
Yes, maybe if you were to gather them, they could accompany you, and I could arrange for Godric and Wellum and Raya to assist me in guarding the camp, and Ibn can prepare the morning meal as usual, and Pal can, well, pal.
All right.
Approximately how
Look for
long?
tracks on the road, see if we can figure out how far out they might be, how dangerous it might be.
Kel gets done preparing his spells alone in the quiet, and he comes back to Craggle, and he asks Craggle essentially what the plan is, and yeah, he's talking to Craggle.
I'll essentially like kind of just like barely be waking up, rubbing my face. The caravan should be leaving soon, as far as I know.
He asks the group that's awake who all is going, what the plan is.
And I'll kind of like look at him, kind of confused. We plan to go to Baldur's Gate. We're escorting this caravan of civilians.
Some of us will move ahead and look for tracks to find this place where your husband was dragged off.
Yeah, so I mean, Vasha will tell you, as well, that it was about according to Alyssa, she was traveling for 10, 15 minutes, who knows how long, from the direction of Baldur's Gate. And there are definitely horse tracks from the prior night coming from that direction. And you imagine that if you were to head down the road in that direction, you may eventually find something, hopefully. She doesn't really know. That's why she needs you.
So, Kel's going to ask the group, well, why don't I be one of the ones to go ahead? Me and my trusty mount can cover more ground quicker.
You're not under my command. You can do as you see fit, as far as I'm concerned.
Just try not to go too far ahead of us. Shouldn't deal with this alone.
So, Kel's going to put his saddle on his horse and start preparing his horse to leave.
Massive horse.
Gotta carry a 7-foot dragonborn. Jesus. That thing's probably backbowed so hard.
That's looking like Radon from Elden Ring.
Yeah, I bet he learned gravity magic to, use his beloved steed.
All right. So you are preparing your horse. Does anybody wake Igvis or Hone?
Yeah, I was gonna go around, wake up the others that were with us in the.
Oh, I kind of
Fort.
assumed everybody was just waking up, yeah.
Yeah, ask them if they want to come with us ahead of the caravan.
Yeah, this is pretty much right before the dawn. People are still like sleeping, haven't quite yet woken up. The dawn hasn't exactly come yet. It's probably another 20 minutes or so before the sun rises officially. So someone would need to wake them up.
Okay, yeah, I would probably like tap him, Igbis, on the shoulder since he was next to me when I woke up, just to get him up.
I'm definitely
don't
going to
want
move very
to.
quietly through the camp as I go through to try and find people to come with
So,
to make sure I don't wake Alyssa.
so Elias is gonna try to move stealthy back for a little bit, and then he's going to be very flamboyant and start the acrobatics again.
I'll awaken Honed as well. It's time to move soon.
Okay.
So while Kel is getting his horse ready and such, he has prepared his mount and he starts to put on his chainmail and he gets dressed. He straps on the moon sword and his great sword, his other great sword. And having finished prepared, he says very quietly that whenever everybody is ready, that they can leave.
Elias is going to, of course, be like, the great Elias will assist you today. He's gonna do like one of those flurry bows.
Hey, when I get up out from underneath that wagon, I notice these tracks on the ground. They look like animal prints. It's a little bit of concern because I don't remember seeing anything around here that had like paw prints like that.
Yeah.
Mentioning that to anyone?
So those give me a survival, Honed.
Real quick, out of character. All I have on my screen is what appears to be snow and the fire pit.
Snow and a fire pit.
Go ahead and try a refresh, I think.
Everybody has a token on this map, right?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Kel's
Unless
is
you're
underneath the
zoomed
horse.
in too far. If you're zoomed in really far, you would see that. Maybe zooming out if you have your mouse wheel.
So you sure it wasn't the horse?
I'm gonna try refreshing. I actually don't have a mouse.
Oh. That's probably it then. Because your mouse wheel would allow you to zoom out, so you could just be zoomed in too far to the map, right around where the pit, because there is like an ashy kind of in the air, and so you're probably seeing that effect in the fire pit right now.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the most zoomed in thing I could see, and I see like the horse, I see some rocks, and I see the fire pit, basically. Also, as we wake up, I'll probably tell Segrin and Volus probably not to come with us, especially if we're dealing with the cultists. It'll be safer for them to just stay with the caravan, and we'll go find them.
So I think as far as Craggle and Igvis are concerned, someone else got sent out, and we're just escorting the caravan. They haven't actually shared with us that like plans changed. Vasha went behind my back, that freaking bitch.
I thought Marza told me.
Did she? I think she's asked you if you wanted to scout ahead of the caravan.
Yeah, essentially then. Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
So, I mean, Marza, do you tell Igvis, I guess, what the plan is for you guys to head out and investigate this?
Yeah, definitely.
I was gonna say, I thought I was gonna do that last night anyway.
Does anybody specifically tell Craggle?
That's a big old nope, and I'm staying with the caravan.
Actually, hold on. No, I will go tell Craggle that we are planning to head out ahead of the caravan.
See, and for me, I'm assuming they already told him because they woke me up last.
Yeah, I was trying to walk around and...
But, I'll go up to Craggle, just be like, hey, we're gonna head out to look ahead. You stay with the caravan. You seem to care about it a little bit more. Maybe they hired you, maybe they didn't.
Wait, where are you guys going?
We're following the tracks. The horse tracks. Towards Baldur's Gate, it would seem.
And I'm gonna just like curse under my breath and look over to Vasha, who probably isn't paying attention to me, but just kind of like eye sideways at her. No, if that's what we're gonna do, then I'll pass that along to Honed as well. I'll meet you guys up ahead.
Sounds good.
And I'll explain to Honed. So it looks like we're the search party. The others have gone up ahead to follow the tracks. I think I want to keep an eye on the caravan somewhat, so I'll remain somewhat behind.
Okay. Do you want me to stay back with you? Will this be like sort of like in the middle?
I'll just smile and put my hand on his shoulder. I'm not your commander, remember? Do what you think is right.
I think it's right to stand back with the caravan and not worrying about the woman's husband, but whatever.
I agree. Yeah, no, I agree.
Alright, I'll do what I need to do.
So I imagine I'll probably be at the front of the caravan, trying to be able to see the backmost person of the forward group, but definitely like with the caravan, like probably at the front of it.
I'm tiny enough that I'll have trouble keeping up with the giant steps of the bugbear, so you'll probably be able to see me.
My leaps and bounds.
Just right on my shoulders.
And I'm definitely not going to let these two follow us, Segrin and Volus. I'm going to tell them to go back.
Elias is clearly using Marza as a crutch.
Oh, no, you are not. The second you try it, she is away from you.
Oh, he
well
actually,
out of arm's reach.
he also wouldn't actually try that. Just kidding on that.
So Sacred and Valis, Igvis tell you that they'll definitely come to assist, since Vasha had specifically asked them to.
I really don't think you should. I'm not gonna be totally honest here. It's just more people for us to try and protect.
They kind of look at each other and then look at you and say, "We can be handy in a fight."
I'm not gonna convince you.
Real quick out of character, is there a way to have Kel mount the horse?
I'll have to figure that out next time. There is, I can give
You
you
can-
control of the token, and then you could like move them together.
Yeah, you
but
can drag a bot.
I did that token like very quickly. I'd have to duplicate it and give you control and all that jazz, which we can do before next session.
But you are mounted.
You are mounted though. I'll just move the horse where you move.
Okay.
All right. So Igvis, Segrin, Valis, Vati, Marza, Elias are all heading off. Kel, you're heading off too. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Craggle, you're staying back with the caravan at the moment.
Right.
So when you're back at the caravan, Vasha right now is basically starting to get ready for the day. Ipin had just woken up, and she's talking with Ipin basically about, checking supplies and creating, getting breakfast going for when the rest of everyone wakes. And Honed, you're staying back as well with Craggle.
That is correct.
Okay. So
I'd also like to tell Hone and Craggle to make sure that the woman stays further back in the caravan so that she doesn't see that we just left.
Yeah, sure. I can handle that.
So as you guys head forward, roll me a survival check. Anybody who is along the road, so pretty much everybody but Craggle and Honed, roll me a survival check.
Don't look at me.
So Elias and Igvis, you guys are able to pick up the tracks of Alyssa's horse that ran into camp, and it takes you, 20 minutes or so heading down this road, and in the distance, you see a pretty disturbing sight. Off to the side of the road, you see what looks to be a body hanging by a noose from a tree.
First, we're gonna cut him down, and
Well, did we get any identification for her husband? Do we know at all what he looks like? I don't think anyone.
You did not ask those questions.
Cool.
regardless, I'm gonna try to. I don't have a sword, so I'm gonna ask, I guess Kel cut him down.
Yeah,
So
and-
Kel's that.
Go ahead. I was going to say that when you say that, Valis and Segrin say, we'll take care of it.
Well, I'll fly up and also lower the body down because I can do that.
Yeah. And so as they go over to do that, you kind of fly ahead, Igvis. What's your flying speed?
I have a 40-foot fly.
Yeah. So, you're a lot faster than everybody else is, really, as you kind of fly ahead towards the body. that is hanging there in the tree. And as you get closer to the body and you get there before everybody else, you notice that that the body is the body of a male, and he has his shirt chest, his shirt ripped open on his chest, and on his chest is a carving of a strange symbol, what looks to be a curled, broken animal horn, crudely carved into his chest. Um, Give me a religion check.
Does it look familiar, like the one in the chapel at the fort?
I'm the only one that saw that.
So you didn't see that,
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay,
and
but I thought I did.
Craggle, to my knowledge, has not shown you.
The only one I shared it with so far is Rhea.
Yeah.
While he's also doing that, I'm not going to be far behind him. My horse's speed is, I believe, 60. And yeah, it's 60. I'm going to do while he is doing that, I'm going to do a Arcana check as well.
Okay. Go ahead and give me
Am I close
Arcana.
enough to make checks yet? Or...
Yeah. So basically, with your check, Igvis,
I do not know why it did athletics.
so as everybody else starts to come up towards the body, I mean, you cut it down, Igvis. Is that what you do?
Yeah, I'll cut it down.
Okay. So you cut it down, and you. What do you do with the body? I mean, as you cut it down, do you just place it on the ground right where it is? Do you move it somewhere? Attempt to move it back towards the group as they're coming towards you?
Probably towards the group.
Okay. So
We should take this off the road just in case, maybe?
Well, yeah, like, so if this is like the path, essentially, right around here, and place them down.
Can I make a knowledge religion check? As well as, I know it's pointless at this point, but always have to. I have to make a heal check to confirm he's dead. And not just really, really dying.
So basically, Igvis, you pull the body off the side of the road, and the rest of the group ends up catching up. And at this point, Segrin, Valis are there. Everybody else catches up, and everybody else can make me a religion check as they see this same scene and this symbol cut on the body. And Elias, if you'd like to give me a medicine check, you can do that as well.
If you want, I can share the same thing with anybody who gets above, like, what, a 13?
I got a 13.
So religion, so
I'm really bad at it.
Elias, Marza, and Vati would all. Kel, you wouldn't know anything, but everybody else would know that this is definitely the symbol of a devil. You just don't know what devil.
Can I make an investigation check to see, like, just do like almost like an autopsy on the body, I guess? Like,
Can we resolve my medicine check of confirming dead first?
Yeah. He's clearly dead, Elias. Definitely. So
Always have to double check.
yeah, you're not sure with your medicine check the cause of death, but you guess maybe it was being hung, because that's how the body was found. But you're not entirely sure.
I'm not sure if the stab wounds are the new Scott, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, Vati, you can give me. So you wanted to use investigation for what purpose exactly? To see if you could find the cause of death?
Cause of death, or if there's anything on his person that actually, I'm just gonna look for if there's anything on his person that would identify him, or identify anything else about the circumstances of the death, not necessarily looking at it like a medicine type thing.
Yeah. So, roll me an investigation check. So, one thing you notice on the body right away, is it seems to be wearing a wedding ring that has kind of a red line that goes around the center of a black wedding ring. Um, but you also notice a pendant um, that seems to be broken. So it would be like a pendant on a necklace that seems to be broken. The chain has been broken, and that resides in his pocket.
Um, I'm going to try to take both of those things off of his person, and then make a quick sketch of like the wound that's carved in his stomach.
Okay. You can do that. Do you take those things just out in the open, or are you trying to take those
Oh,
things?
I'm by no means trying to take those things out of stealth or
Yeah.
anything.
So you
Um,
all see Vati do this. He goes and he pulls the ring off the finger and grabs something from this man's pocket, and then you said you start sketching.
yeah.
What gods did this man hold?
I'm first very insistent that we make sure this is out of sight of the caravan that is on its way towards us.
And I'm also going to um, unsheath my regular greatsword, and I'm going to kind of take up a defensive position towards the back of the group, away from the road, just in case anything comes out of the woods.
How many of the people with us right now are Hell Riders besides Kel?
I believe it's only Kel.
Only Kel was the only Hell Rider with you.
I'm going to take something out of my pocket and begin to mutter things.
Okay.
Try to stealth it though, so I'm gonna slide. Yes, I'm gonna slide of.
I'm gonna do an insight on his spell, um, being proficient in magic.
Give me a perception check.
Would I be?
And
I'm trying
what are you
to.
casting, Elias? I mean, does your thing have somatic or verbal components?
It's not particularly magical. Um, However, I am trying to sleight of hand and stealth a ritual of some form, so I might be at disadvantage here.
What is the ritual that you are?
Funeral rites.
Okay.
Kel is going to acknowledge Elias, and for once, um, kind of acknowledge his presence, as not being a goofball idiot.
Careful, you don't know what god he worships.
Actually, with the. Would I have been at a disadvantage for my sleight of hand?
No, I'd say your sleight of hand is fine the way it is.
Okay. Because if he checked close enough, I did the object I took out was a holy symbol.
Yeah, I would say that you wouldn't notice the holy symbol, Kel, but he's definitely muttering something.
I'd like to move to meet Honed as he comes up. And give him kind of a brief on what happened.
Hey, what's going on? What'd you guys find?
A hanging man with a wedding ring. Do you think it would be possible to maybe covertly get a description of her husband? You know, tell her maybe it's just in case we see him as the caravan moves on, or to help the group if they come back. I
Yeah,
just want to confirm.
I can go try to get an idea what this guy looks like.
Maybe try
I
to
don't know.
stall the caravan a little bit.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
gruesome.
Back to
She
you.
can't see this.
Okay. Do you guys move the body off the road?
We
Maybe like 20 some odd feet so nobody can see it?
Elias is going to try to talk to Marza now.
We should also hide the rest of our group so that she does not see us on the road.
Agreed.
So you guys notice now, as you have been sitting here watching body, that the caravan, you can see it in the distance starting to come down the road, but it seems to have halted and stopped. And you see Craggle, outside of the caravan, and Vasha seems to come out and to talk to Craggle. You guys see this, though you don't know what they're saying, and Honed walks back towards the caravan where Vasha and Craggle are.
I'm going to use a cantrip to create a kind of... Because we're kind of off to the side of the road, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to create a cantrip of just like a stone fence in our area. Just a minor illusion.
Okay.
Just so we're behind this fence. So without interacting with it, they won't see it.
So Vasha comes out and says, what's going on? Why have we stopped?
Real quick, the illusion can only be 5 foot cube.
It's just a 5-foot wall to
Okay, gotcha.
kind of shield the eyes easy enough.
And then Hone says what he said. You can say that in character, Hone.
Okay, is everybody was talking, so I just typed it out.
Yeah. No,
I just come back, I see Craggle, I start saying to him that, hey, like, they found a body, and then Vasha walks up and to say, like, Vasha, do you happen to know what this man looks like that they're looking for?
She says, well, Alyssa did mention he was around 5 foot 5, green pants, a white shirt, was wearing 2 pairs of earrings.
What color pants is the body wearing?
You're not with us.
Yeah, keep in mind we don't have this description.
Yeah. I imagine Hone gave the description of the ring.
Yeah, I'll give the description of the ring as well. The black wedding ring with
And
the red
Hone,
band
did
on
you
it.
see the body, or did you meet Marza? Marza, you met Honed on the road, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't give a detailed description.
So, Marza really just said, can you get a description?
Right,
And
okay.
you didn't see the body, Honed. So you have no idea what this body looks like.
Yeah,
You just were told.
exactly. I have no idea, so I
Right.
gotta go back and meet them.
Right. Okay. So I'll turn to Vasha. We should keep the caravan still for now. I'll wait here. Honed, you go ahead and investigate the body.
And while they're having this conversation, Kel is in the back of the group, listening very intently to their surroundings, for anybody that may be coming the opposite direction of the road or through the woods.
Can I make an investigation check around the tree to see if there's any obvious marks as to them dragging a body to hang it or anything?
Yeah, you can give me investigation and survival.
Okay.
Both of those checks.
Would I possibly be able to do medicine to see how long the body's been dead?
Yep, you can absolutely do that.
So I don't know if it'll. Yeah.
Seems dead.
He's pretty dead.
Yeah, Igvis, you would say within the last 24 hours.
Awesome.
All right,
Does
so
it-
I'll meet up with the party that went ahead, and I'll just say like I got the appearance. He's 5'5". He's wearing green pants, with a white shirt, and he has 2 sets earrings.
Why don't you have a look for yourself?
I'm gonna do the basic check his pants color and see if his ears were pierced.
So-
did my survival or investigation mule anything?
Yeah, we'll jump back and forth here because we got a couple things going on. But let's start with the body, and then I'll get to your checks, Vati. So
Okay.
as you walk back home, and you go to check the body, this matches the description: green pants, white shirt, and there are earrings in both ears. Those are still in the on the body. Someone who is, I don't know how tall. How tall are you, honed?
I'm just a shorty. I'm like 4.5 feet tall for that.
Yeah, so he's taller than you, but he's smaller than many of the other in your entourage, and you're pretty confident that this matches the description you were given.
If he said 5'5", I'm 5'5", so he's like
Yeah.
the same height as me then.
Yeah, about the same height as Igvis.
Okay. I'm gonna need 2 of you to go into the woods a little bit deeper with the body and give this guy a burial.
Valis and Segrin both volunteer to do that.
Okay. With the burial, and then come back in maybe like an hour saying like you couldn't find any tracks, just to keep it so that he still could possibly be alive and that he might just show up later on.
You
We should
might
cover the
want to be
tracks.
truthful. You might want to be truthful because then she'll want to stop us in general.
She's also very pregnant.
Yeah, exactly. Like think of the stress and whatnot. We don't want her to go into labor premature.
Do you think the caravan can handle that?
I think she would be more stressed knowing that we're not constantly searching for her husband.
Exactly. I
She
kind of
also needs to know her husband died. Like, we can't, like, just not tell her.
and holding off doesn't change the fact that either way she will be stressed. It's better to just tell her.
Vati, you got the ring, right?
Yeah, I got the ring and I had pulled something out of his pocket.
I'll just take the ring. I'm gonna go give it to the widow at this point.
Use a minor illusion, because it's a cantrip, just to hide the marks on his chest, close his shirt, things like that.
I'll hand the ring off to was that honed?
Yeah.
Igvis.
Igvis. Yeah.
Igvis. Yeah, I'll hand you the ring.
Okay.
I think I've gotten down what I need.
I'll take off
Yes,
towards the
she-
caravan.
For the DM, would trying to fix the wounds on a dead body be healing or like mending?
Not mending. So it'd be like a medicine check, but this is definitely post-mortem, right? So, the body has hit rigor mortis.
That would be like
there's-
deception, wouldn't it?
If you
Well,
had a disguise
yeah.
kit,
Yeah. I mean, you could try to disguise, but yeah, if you had a disguise kit, you could do it. I mean, if you had magic, I mean, you have magic, so something like
I
what
don't-
you're trying to do with the minor illusion could work, but people could see through that if they interact.
I
with the
know. I'm
body.
trying to figure out if healing could I don't think healing can work on the dead. I don't know on that
No,
one.
healing. I mean, you would know with your magic that your healing spells wouldn't do anything here.
So Kel is actually going to intervene, and he's going to suggest to the group in front of him that he perform a ceremony spell over the body before burying it, remembering the undead horses from the day before. He wants to perform this spell to keep the body from coming back to life being marked um, with a strange symbol.
I think before that, we should ask.
You cut out.
Might be best. Oh, sorry about that. Can you hear me again?
Yep.
Okay. I was saying, I think it would be best to ask the woman what she wants first. She's clearly very religious and may have her own desires as far as what type of ceremonies performed to stop that.
Kel's going to leave that up to the rest of the group to speak to her. He has offered his magic. It is up to her if she wants it. So he leaves that to the rest of the group to talk to her.
Marza, we should go tell her. Vati, would you like to join us as well?
Igvis is already on his way.
Well, while this conversation is going on, we're going to pan the camera back to the caravan. And Igvis, you've arrived back at the caravan. So what do you do when you get back here? And Vasha and Craggle are both here.
I'll just tell her, confirmed to be her husband, who we found. He had a marking on his stomach. I don't have a description of it, but they drew it, right? I knew that Vati was drawing the symbol. Is that correct?
Yeah, Vati was drawing the ring and the pendant. And did you also draw the symbol, Vati? Did you say?
That was on the stomach.
Yeah, I drew the symbol in my journal, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll let them know that Body was hung. It is definitely the husband, and I'll hand Vasha the ring and say, he's just up the road. I don't know. We want to tell her, but I'll leave that decision to you. But I think we should let her know that her husband is no more, and see if she has any kind of funeral rites that she wants to perform.
Wait, he was just hung on the side of the road.
Hung on the side of the road. He had his ring on him. It doesn't even look like they tried to take any jewelry or anything of value off of him. They just carved the symbol into his chest.
I'm gonna turn to Vasha. That's a message.
Clearly. But the question is, of what?
I could tell you it was for a devil of some kind, but not much more than that.
I'm gonna, since you're describing this horn kind of figure on him, I'm gonna take out the sheet of paper that I have of the Sibyledron. Does it look like this? And I think the answer is yes.
And the answer would be yes.
Right.
Yeah, that's the one.
I found this same symbol inside of the fort. Whatever we're dealing with, it seems to be the same agents.
When did you find that?
When you guys were in the Great Hall.
Oh. That's when. Okay. I still want to tell her about her husband and see what she wants to do for his last rites, but
I'll kind of just cross my arms. I care not for the woman, honestly. Perhaps it might be best for the sake of the caravan to wait till she's given birth.
do you think she would be okay with us not coming back with anything? I feel like that's more of a problem.
I'm not really afraid of her judgment. I'm afraid of getting everyone to Baldur's Gate alive.
I'll hand the ring to Vasha and just say, it's up to you, I guess. I want to tell her. And it's just up ahead, so.
Vasha, give me a persuasion check. So basically, Igvis, you're saying that we should tell her, and Craggle, you're saying that we shouldn't.
Right.
So
Opposed persuasion
both
checks?
of you give me persuasion checks.
Oh shit.
This isn't good.
Oh shit. Come on, proficiency, nat 20.
Come on, I rolled so well this time.
Wow.
And
She says, you have a strong argument, Ignis, and obviously my heart goes out to Alyssa and what she is going through, and I feel as if we probably should tell her, but I can't help but can't ignore, Kraggle's point. At the end of the day, these are such trying times, and I think it is best that we hold off for now because, regardless of when if she finds out sooner rather than later, it could be worse off for the caravan. I would agree with Craggle. Let's hold this off for now, and we can always tell her later. He's dead, and nothing is going to bring him back.
Then I'll just glare at Graggle and be like, then I guess you're gonna tell her we didn't find anything for now, and I'll head off. Back to them.
I'll Igvis, perhaps as you turn to walk away angrily. Perhaps, what was her frigate? Perhaps Eben can have some supplies that will allow us to transport the body, and he can get a proper burial later. But now is just not the time.
You want to bring it with the caravan?
Well, I mean,
And
it's
Igvis, you would know that at this point, Valis and Segrin have taken the body after it has been spoken over by Kel and Elias and have already gone to bury it as instructed.
Yeah. So I will relay that they're
Key-
already performing his rites. We just
Key
wanted her.
note is would Elias would probably want to insist she get the opportunity to watch the rites. That's a thing he'd definitely push for.
And
I
I'll
mean, it's-
relay the fact that they're burying him now.
yeah.
We're not bringing a corpse with us.
Yeah, so I'll just shrug. Can't be helped then. The stress of childbirth is great enough for any one person. I highly doubt it would be beneficial for us to also give her this news.
Well, you have the ring now. It's your responsibility to tell her.
Vasha has it.
I know. But I'm telling you, it's your job.
All right.
And, now panning back to the group over here by where the body was. So, Kel, you perform those rites over the body, casting ceremony, right? It's ceremony that you're casting. Yeah. So you're casting funeral rites, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you perform those rites, and Elias, you also speak over the body. And then you see Segrin and Valis they pick up the body and they start to walk away. And this is all while Igvis has already walked away at this point. This is what's happening.
Where's the body?
I may have not caught it,
Who
but
do we see walking away with the body, and are they a Hell Rider?
You see Valis and Segrin walking away from the body. These two individuals up here, who are members of the caravan and were asked to accompany this investigation by Vasha, and they are not Hell Riders, no. And what were you going to say, Vati?
Are they carrying away the body, or are they just walking away from it?
They are
burying it.
they are carrying away the body at the moment. They pick up the body and they start to walk away with the body to go bury it.
Where is the widow?
Way back at the caravan.
Should she not witness the funeral?
That would mean telling her.
Of course it would. Do you
So
imply-
at this point, I'd say though, Craggle, you're not there, so you're back at the caravan.
I thought we were out of character. Sorry.
Oh yeah. So like
Character Elias is making an issue over this one.
So Marza, Hond, Vati, Kel, you guys hear this as Elias kind of speaks up while Segerin and Valis start to walk away with the body, and then they kind of turn around and hesitate for a moment, looking back.
We are burying the body, and we shall grab the widow. I'm gonna make a persuasion check on this one for at least those.
Why would we get the widow involved when she's going to be given birth here any day?
You
With her
intend
husband
to
being dead and
not
her family
tell the
being
woman she's a widow?
lost. After her child's born, yeah. Not before.
We can
Start-
continue traveling ahead of the caravan, stay in the woods. Won't have to know that we are either coming back empty-handed or have already found him.
Kel's actually going to, just for good measure, he is going to do a. I was actually wondering if I can do a nature arcana check to detect if there's any magic in the actual plants or animals, any residual magic left behind.
Yeah, go ahead. Give me a nature.
I'll just throw out there, Arcana checks aren't detect magic. They're like investigating what you know about a magic item or a magic thing in front of you. So like detect magic is a spell that you can cast to detect like latent energy and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, you can do a nature check to see if you notice anything about the surrounding trees or bushes or the anything that seems a little bit off to you or maybe not in its environment. But with your roll, you see some trees and bushes, and they look like trees and bushes.
Yeah.
Is the consensus in the group to tell the widow or not tell the widow?
Not
I'm
to
letting
until
the
after
other
she gives
members of the
birth.
caravan decide.
Ooh, Elias is gonna probably be the most annoying he can be right now. Ooh. I'm sorry, I have to think about what the character would do, and right now it's cause chaos.
Um, yeah, I mean, Valis and Segrin kind of stand there, not sure what to do. Elias seems to be, uh, you know, speaking up on this. It seems like there's some differing opinions, and they're just wondering whether they should be going, not going, what they should be doing at this point. Elias, they're not too. They speak up and eventually say, "Well, I'm not sure it's the best thing to do either." Segrin says to Elias to tell Alyssa
Tell
what
me,
has happened. I
are
think it would be better to
tell me,
wait.
are you so obsessed with the good of the whole that you will cast away decency to the individual?
I want the caravan to survive, and it makes no difference whether we tell her now or tell her in a day.
I'm going to make a sleight of hand check now.
To what?
Um, I am using an ability, and I'm trying to hide the fact I'm using an ability.
Okay, what ability you're trying to use?
Um, So, do I pull a sleight of hand to try to hide the fact I'm doing it? Should I send you a link so you know the
Well,
rules?
yeah, like I just want to know what ability you're using. In the meantime, while you're getting me that info, is there anything else you wanted to add, Marza, Honed, or Kel, to kind of that conversation as you see Elias basically arguing with Segrin and Valis?
No, I'm stepping back. I don't have any stake in this conversation.
I'll walk up to Sagrin and Wallace and be like, if you guys aren't going to bury this body, I will.
And give me a persuasion check, Honed. Actually, yeah. Are you? Give me a persuasion check.
16.
Okay. So yours is higher than Elias there. So they're like, no, we'll take care of it. But Elias, your ability. What are you trying to do exactly with that?
I used the wrong one.
Oh,
He's telling her whether they approve it or not. Like, he's going out on this one.
yeah.
How does Channel Divinity help you do that?
Put this body in the ground.
So my particular channel divinity is there are now 2 Eliases.
What?
Yes.
Which Channel Divinity is that?
It is unique to the character. One of them is an illusion, but there are quite a few limitations that will make it quite hard to tell which is which.
This is 1 second. I'm gonna look.
Invoke Duplicity is the name of the ability. Level 2, correct?
Yeah. I'm just looking at it real quick.
You can create a perfect illusion of yourself.
Yes.
That's Elias.
Yes.
So you. Okay.
Okay, where are you creating this illusion? Because you can create it within 30 feet of you. So do you create it like right next to you? You have a duplicate of yourself
Oh, right next to me.
right next to you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah, there's 2 of you. Do you say anything else, or you just cast 2 of you right next to you? I guess my question is, what's the intent? So you use
Now
that feature, create 2 of you. What is
I'm
your
going
plan?
to use, I believe, I need to check the spell levels to see what I can get away with. But is Disguise Self a cantrip? I believe it is.
No, it's a first level spell.
Okay, I'm deciding how much this will cost me before I can get another long rest.
Yeah, I think you've used all your first level spells today, right?
I had a long rest,
Oh, yes, that's true.
which means I have all
Yep.
spells and cantrips available, and I've been keeping to using just cantrips.
So you would use disguise. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out if you can explain out of character. Explain what is, I guess, your intention
Out of
with.
character, he is raising as much havoc as possible, and he is telling her he's seen the wedding ring, and he can make a minor illusion of it. He's making sure the widow knows.
Okay, you're trying to disguise yourself,
So right now there's 2 of me,
right?
and really the whole advantage of this is only I know which is the real one.
What are you trying to do? Not like
Yeah,
the list
no,
of
like-
actions, but what's
He
your
is
intention?
You
The-
just want to create havoc? Is that what you're trying to do? Just to create a commotion
He's
and
getting
draw
away
attention?
to go tell the widow, basically. That is what he's doing.
We are looking at you, so like, would that not make it clear?
I guess
And that's-
suddenly another one of you appears next to you. We know the original.
Fair. I'm thinking on the chaos. I haven't picked all my cantrips, so I'm not as capable as I would normally be in
So,
this.
I mean, I would say you can make a duplicate of yourself, but I mean, everybody can see that there's another one of you, whether you do it with sleight of hand or not. And, you know, they would see two Eliases there. And if you tried to walk off with one of them, I mean, it's
Oh no,
kind of.
we're both walking off in opposite directions.
Oh, so I get it. So you're trying to like confuse them as
Yes.
to which one is heading towards the
Yes.
wife and which one is the illusion.
Yes.
Okay. So basically, you're trying to do like a misdirection almost.
Exactly.
Okay, so you do that,
Followed by, of
and
course, a minor. I'm also, by the way, minor illusion, just because 5 feet, just enough to create a big puff of smoke, so I can swap which one. I'm gonna say one went to the left, one went to the real, one went to the right, and I will DM you which one is the real one right now.
okay, so one went to the right, one went to the left. And so you guys see that two of Elias, a puff of smoke appears around Elias, and then two of him seemingly appear, and one goes to the right and one goes to left. At this time, kind of, Valis and Segrin, very confused, look at Honed and say, "We'll take care of it," and they walk to go bury the body this way, as this is happening. And then as you look back, you see two of Elias, basically walk in opposite directions. Kel, Honed, and Marsa. That's what you see. You also, at this point, notice that Vati is no longer there either. He was with you, now he's not. Okay, we will pan back to Igvis and Craggle at this point. Igvis and well, I guess what I'll say first is Honed, Kel, Marza. Do you do anything about the two Eliases, or do you just kind of watch?
I'm gonna say I'd watch them because one's going like let's say north on the map, and the other one's going south on the map.
Yeah, you were going.
Is that how it's working? Is it like this way and this way? Like, where are they going?
Well, one went this way and the other went that way. One went to the right, one went to the left. So one went like back towards the caravan, and the other kept going down the road.
I guess I'll just follow the one that's heading towards the caravan.
All right.
One went back in towards the inside of the caravan. One went back towards the outside. So it's like both circular paths are heading in that direction.
Okay, so like one went up here and one went down there.
Yes.
So
We're going to call them left Elias and right Elias, with left Elias heading towards the inner area, right Elias heading towards the outer.
okay.
Okay.
So
Then I'll start heading back towards like the Elias that's going down the pathway, I guess, and just go up to Craggle and Basha and say like, I don't know what this guy's up to, but I don't think it's anything good. He did like some magic thing and split himself into two.
He split himself into two.
Yeah, there's two of them, man. I don't know. How would you say it?
and
Well,
and
that's
Honed, you
fantastic.
see the other one of them walking by, and Craggle, you
Yeah,
would see
there's
it
one
too.
right there.
He's like, they're right there. See?
Does
Wait,
yeah.
um,
I'm just
quick
confused.
notes. When I break sight, I'm going to do a couple things.
Yeah, and you can
Yeah.
message me privately, Elias,
Yeah.
what you want to be doing. But
I suppose we didn't see Vadi sneak by us or something.
you haven't seen Vadi.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well,
Hey.
he seems a strange man, but I care not.
Okay, when I'm back here with Craggle and Basha, I'll let them know that it is the body. I'm not sure like if Igvis said anything to them about it, but I'll say like Elias has been making a big deal about saying about telling the dudes or the wife girl, whatever her name is, Alyssa, that he wants to tell her that the husband's dead and whatnot. But I'm just trying to let you know.
Well, we hope to tell her in the near future, but I think for the safety of the caravan and stability of the caravan, we should hold off on telling her for now.
Oh, I agree. That's why I told him to bury the body out in the woods there.
That's good. I
So-
appreciate that.
Kel is in the background just watching all of this. And I wonder if there's a difference between the two Eliases. If the clone acts like the original, if there is a slight difference. So I'm gonna do a
Give me an insight.
insight. Okay.
That would be a pretty high insight, given this is a perfect replica of self. There are things he might see if he tries to interact with them, but from just looking,
Um, yeah, I would say give me a deception, Elias.
a deception to make my clone act like me when
Yeah,
I'm
well,
controlling both. Because the whole point of this ability is it's an extreme misdirection.
I think the whole point of the ability is that you get a spellcaster at another location.
It also has the thing of anyone within 5 feet of both Elias is confused enough I have advantage on all attacks on them.
yeah, I would say that your illusion probably isn't absolutely perfect.
Yes, but I'd say it's a high
it-
DC to break it is all. So like am I making sense or no?
Yeah, so I mean, what I would say is make a deception check or an arcana. I'll let you have arcana too if you have that and it's higher. Um, as far as.
Deception is higher for me.
Okay, so I would say go ahead and make me a deception check, and that would be the DC to basically break it.
Do I have advantage or does he have disadvantage here, given I did use a once a day ability here?
Sure, I'll give you advantage on it. Um, at this point, so I mean, Cal, you kind of like are looking at the two, and the one that seems to be skirting the outside of the caravan, it doesn't seem to have any kind of like real direction. Which is a little strange to you. Like it looks like Elias. It you don't really see any difference on kind of where, you don't notice anything different about the illusion itself specifically, but something's off in the sense that it doesn't seem to really have any kind of clear.
Well, no. Outside is the one that I currently envision as the real one. If he beat my dice check,
Oh, I thought you said the inside one, the right
No,
one.
I said right, but I said
Well,
right took
either
away
way,
a-
I think that you're able to realize that the outside one is probably the real Elias because it seems to be a little bit more focused on where it's headed, and the inside one, kind of wanders a little bit. So I would say that you might follow that outside one is where your inclination would be. To skirt the outside of the caravan. And you feel also if Elias was up to something, he probably might want to be out of sight. While all this is going on, though, you hear a cry from inside the third caravan. It is a woman's voice, and it is a shriek of agony.
I'll snap to attention at that. Is anyone missing? I'll turn to Rhea. Or not Ray. Ray. Vasha. Vasha. Sorry.
She says, "Not that. I'm aware, but oh no." She says that sounds like, and before she can finish that sentence, you hear, "My vessel! No, not vessel!"
Oh shit! And I'm gonna start running towards the voice.
And so you run towards that voice, and sure enough, in that third caravan, you see is Alyssa, and she's in the caravan, and so is Wellham and Godric and Billiam, and Vati is also in there. And
Must be a big caravan.
and yes, it is a cramped caravan.
Sits 8 comfortably, quote unquote.
And, yeah, I'm just like hunched over her, like
Yeah.
whispering in her ear, "Your husband's dead."
And she says, "Oh, Fessel, this is why we needed to go last night. This is why we needed to send somebody right away. My poor husband." And what exactly, I guess, what do you describe?
Are you asking me?
I am.
Okay. So when I had gotten to the caravan, I had explained because it wasn't my intention to like draw hatred towards the group here. I simply described that it seems we found her husband, that he has passed, that I had given the ring to one of the others to come present it, but I wanted to make sure that I was also there to tell her that we failed in being able to save him. And I do produce like the amulet that I had taken to kind of prove to her that I had definitely like seen the body. And just, after telling her that, just kind of like once again apologize for not being able to do what I said I would do for her.
She says, "Oh no, my Fessel, what am I to think? This amulet, we were to give this to our unborn child. This was to be his, to remind him of his father. Oh."
Then take it. I have no use for it.
And she will take it, and she, puts it to her chest, and she kind of rocks back and forth as she's just in total agony right now. And just random wails and cries come from her. And she says a couple other things that are just really hard to understand underneath all of the crying and agony.
So I think I'll approach the caravan or fucking cart at this point. See Alyssa crying, see Vati kind of kneeling over her, handing her something. Just kind of give him like a glare and narrow my eyes. Don't you think these people have seen enough suffering?
And then it's from there I stand up. I match Craggle's eyes, with like almost like a sense of both, with anger, but also deep respect for what he was trying to do. And I step out of the caravan. I look at a lot of them, and I just kind of go. I basically exclaim, "Yes, they've seen enough, but to continue to lie to them, no, I won't do it."
I'll just shake my head. You're a fool, and I'll walk away.
And you're the liar.
I don't respond.
I'd like to ask her if she has any
If she has any what?
requests for the burial.
She says, "Oh, just to be given his last rites for a unity prayer to be said over his body, and then to be buried."
Okay. We can handle that. And I'm gonna go make sure that buried.
So what happened with Elias and Kel following Elias?
Well, Kel would basically just follow you, I guess, wherever kind of you're going. Um, so as long as you would be only able to keep up your thing for a minute, I think, is how long it lasts. So eventually, after a minute, this kind of conversation goes on. Everybody's over here. They start moving towards the body. That would kind of go out. So wherever you intended to be going, Kel would have followed you. And I assume you had intended to
Yeah, I
go
was
back to
going.
the caravan where she was in. So you would eventually come back and see all of this unfolding, where it
Yeah.
seems she already knows what has happened.
So, the first thing I do, because I'm assuming Vati is standing there.
By the time you get back over to the caravan, you see kind of Vati and Craggle have some words, and then Vati
Could I
kind
hear
of
what they
walks
were
off.
saying? Is the important part.
Yeah, I mean, you heard the conversation that just happened, basically.
Okay. I guess I'm going to look at Vati and give a nod of respect.
And then it's from there that I look at uh, Elias, and I simply say, I did what was right. You and the rest of you fighting over it. Wasted time. Playing like children. Don't nod at me at respect.
Correct. You did what had to be done.
And I just go back to like sitting down, kind of smoking my pipe, and staring in deep thought.
You'll see Vasha move over to the wagon, and she'll jump inside, and um, you don't see what happens then, but she nods over to Igvis and to Craggle as she moves over to Alyssa's wagon. And as she does, she says, "All right, everybody, we need to keep moving."
Well, you heard the lady.
I'm just gonna ensure that I can help Barry as well. We already did the right stuff, so should be good.
Yeah, and Ballas and Segrin, as you're going over there, Marza, they're on their way back, having buried the body during this process, and they nod to you as they walk back and continue walking back towards the camp. Um, the caravan, I assume you all eventually pack up and get into one of the wagons.
I guess we get into a wagon. Um, I need to do a weird thing that I'm just going to message you, but the answer is pretty obvious.
Okay.
Just a paranoid character thing.
Yeah, just message me. I assume, Kel, you would be riding your horse alongside the caravan?
Yes, I am. I go back and I remount my horse and I join the caravan. Um, and I am kind of munching on some of the rations that I had in my bag. Kel's always hungry.
Is the goat in the back of the wagon?
It is. The goat is in the back of the front wagon with Gorin, Dara, and Krygel is there as well. Hasterine is in this wagon over here.
Now, Elias, you definitely want the middle wagon.
The-
With Pal and Hasterine? Oh, that's where you want to be.
And Larry? Is that a chicken?
That is chicken, correct.
It is, yes.
That is Pal's chicken.
And
Yeah, I feel
Oh,
okay. So middle wagon, and I'm gonna go. Elias is back to Guardiola.
all right, so you go to the middle wagon, Elias, and Honed and Igvis, where do you head? The middle wagon and the back wagon are pretty full. There's still the food main supply and food wagon that Vati and Marza are in, and then there's the front wagon where Kraggle is. Okay.
Front wagon.
Oh, of course, as I walk into the mid wagon, I will say, "The great Elias is here to entertain you."
And
the
Elias, you hear from that mid wagon, "Pagat! Pagat!" as the chicken goes, and Pal, the gentleman who is holding this chicken, says, "Oh, the great Elias! I really, that sounds like awesome. Like Elias, like you probably tell like a lot of really great stories. I've kind of like seen you around, and you do all kinds of flips, and I think you like to sing. You know, I think that Larry here would absolutely love a song. You know, Larry really likes music, and I'm trying to get him into music because I think that he's going to be, you know, a great singer one day. You know, right, Larry?"
Leave it to the great Elias to teach a chicken to sing.
You're right. You were all right. He's perfect.
And yeah, and Pal's like, oh, Elias the chicken teacher, the chicken singer. I don't know how you say it, but that's gonna be your new title, Elias. You know, you're just a really great pal, a really great guy.
Elias, teacher of chickens, master of music.
I love it, Elias. That's just fantastic. You're just awesome. And the caravan continues on. It continues on pretty much for the rest of the day without incident as you continue on and it gets dark and you decide to stop for the night. And with that, it is 2 a.m. Eastern. And
Wild long session.
It is a pretty long session. So I think this is a good place to stop. I know we started late, but figured taking a little bit extra time, but that was definitely a long session. So if it was too long, I am sorry, but we will try to be a little bit better with that timing before. But hopefully you all had fun, and we'll continue on from this point in next week's session.
Oh yeah.
I definitely had a blast. It was a whole lot of fun.
Good. Welcome to the crew.
Thanks, guys. I had a blast.
Yeah, it was a good time.
If you all want to say bye to the stream, I'll hang that out off now as well.
Bye.
Bye, stream.
Good night, stream.
Good night.
Goodbye.